Chapter 359. Huyen, didn't you always say that you wanted to see Big Brother, Sulu? At the dining table, Mrs. Zhong looked at her daughter gently and said softly. She was very puzzled by her daughter's silence today, although in these 2 years she had rarely heard the words Big Brother Sulu from her daughter's mouth. Even if it was just normal etiquette for entertaining guests, she shouldn't be so impolite. Yes. Zhong Huyen held the long chopsticks in her small hands and worked hard to scoop up the fragrant rice in the bowl. Her cute and straight little nose made a sound, but she still didn't pay attention to the somewhat awkward Sulu across the table. Mrs. Zhong looked helplessly at Sulu and smiled apologetically. She had no choice but to let her daughter do as she pleased. After all, they were adults and wouldn't take this matter seriously, so she naturally changed the topic. When Fatty Tian ate, he had a delicate feeling that was completely opposite to his body shape. He chewed slowly, took gently, and put gently. His fingers gently brushed the tableware on the table, as if he was brushing orchids. He drank a mouthful of red wine and put down the wine glass. He smiled and patted Sulu on the shoulder and said, "I heard that you taught Du Xiaoqing a lesson. Military exercise." Sulu wasn't used to the other party's direct enthusiasm, so he answered hesitantly. "I mean on the field. When that kid was about to go crazy, you stopped him." Fatty Tian smiled and said loudly, "Very good. I admire you very much." Sulu was speechless. He thought that he had used his outburst to suppress Du Xiaoqing. Speaking of which, he had learned from the tiger in the West Woods. "But it's a pity that you weren't direct enough. You should learn from me. More than 10 years ago, I directly beat this ice demon into an ice demon pig." Fatty Tian thought of the past and sighed with pride. When Sulu heard the terms ice demon and pig demon and thought of Du Xiaoqing's solemn image as a role model military officer, he finally forgot about little watermelon's cold disregard that made him sad, and almost laughed out loud. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the round hand on his shoulder, which was like a fat steamed bun, and the cute fat fingers like mutated orchids. His smile turned into a faint fear. If this Fatty Tian went crazy, that teacher Du would really suffer a lot. And the result? You were locked up in a small dark room for 3 months, and your military rank was suspended. When you retired, you could only be a colonel. Mrs. Zhong thought of the past and couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile. Her cheeks were stained with unnatural complex emotions. Listening to these heroic people's fierce deeds, Sulu suddenly thought of the tiger in the West Woods that suppressed Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7th Division for many years. Fatty Tian's actions back then might have had something to do with it. Everyone knew that the relationship between the Zhong family and Du Xiaoqing was extremely bad. He made Du Xiaoqing suffer in the maneuver. Could it be because of this that Commander Zhong in the West Woods had an inexplicable appreciation for him? Just as he was thinking about this, the middle-aged housekeeper who led Sulu into the villa came over. At this time, the dishes had been served, so of course there was another reason for her appearance. Mrs. Zhong quietly listened to a few words, took off the napkin, stood up, and greeted Sulu. Then she walked into the attached office on the first floor. "Today is the New Year's Day, so it's probably a call from the boss." Fatty Tian explained with a smile, but there was a flash of doubt between his eyebrows. If it was a family call, logically speaking, his sister-in-law should have brought Huyen along with her. Sulu couldn't think of this. In his opinion, Commander Zhong was guarding the front line for the Federation. Because of the continuous conflicts with the Empire, he couldn't reunite with his family. It was normal for him to call his family on this festive day. He just remembered that today was the New Year's Day, and it was very rare for Mrs. Zhong to invite him to be a guest. Who knew that not long after, the door of the side office opened, and Fatty Tian also left the dining room. It seemed that Commander Zhong had something to say to him. At this time, only Su Lu and Zhong Huiyan were left in the dining room. If it had been before he entered the villa, Su Lu would have resisted being alone with the little girl. He didn't hate or fear children. Besides, he was most familiar with the Zhong family in the West Woods, and the one he missed the most was Little Watermelon. The main reason for coming to the New Year's Day banquet today was to see her and ask her if she was doing well in the past few years, how her studies were going, and if she still didn't like to eat like before. However, the silent resistance during the meal and the undisguised indifference and pride on the face of the little daughter of the Zhong family made Su Lu feel a little uncomfortable and sad. Although he could comfort himself that she was just a child after all, this huge gap between his self-perception and reality still made him feel awkward and lost. There was silence at the dining table. Su Lu didn't know what to say to the little girl across the table. He felt a little funny and sad in the absolute silence. It was as if he was sulking with an 8-year-old girl. So he had to lower his head and concentrate on the delicious food on his plate. He used a silver knife to cut the medium-rare wild beef, but he thought of 3 years ago on the Ancient Bell spaceship. He had once boasted shamelessly to Little Watermelon that he would take her to eat real meat in the future. Suddenly, Su Lu felt as if someone was looking at him. The mysterious power in his body had already made him sensitive to the aura around him. He slowly stopped moving the silver knife in his hand and raised his head vigilantly. Then he saw Zhong Huiyan's pair of clear eyes that were extremely serious. On that cute and delicate face, there was no longer the indifference that she deliberately put on just now. There was only the curiosity of a little girl, and that pair of eyes that were getting bigger and bigger. Su Li's small eyes couldn't help but widen. He didn't know why Little Watermelon was looking at him like that. The two of them didn't speak. They just stared at each other inexplicably on both sides of the quiet dining table. It seemed that they would continue to stare like that. Suddenly, a trace of a child's cute and crafty look flashed in Zhong Huiyan's extremely clear eyes. It seemed that it took a very long time for the little girl to connect the young military officer across the table with the somewhat blurred but exceptionally friendly face from 3 years ago. Or perhaps she had already confirmed who the person across the table was and was just pretending. But in short, she was indifferent until now. Only then did the little girl smile sweetly and call out softly, "Brother Su Lu." Her voice was very clear and crisp, like the dew on a little white flower that had just bloomed in the field, moistening the tender throat. This was a form of address that he hadn't heard for a long time. Accompanied by the clear and moving voice of a child, it touched Su Li's eardrums and also touched his heart. He looked at the little girl across the table in astonishment. He looked at her straight black hair that swayed gently mischievously. It was as if he had returned to 3 years ago. In the simple cabin of the spaceship, he was still using a towel to wash this little girl's hair. His expression was dazed, and he didn't react for a moment. "Brother Su Lu." Zhong Huiyan cutely wrinkled her brows and called out again very seriously. Su Lu finally reacted. Although he didn't understand why Little Watermelon was pretending to be a stranger to him, when he heard her call him brother twice, his prematurely aged heart immediately softened. He chuckled and narrowed his eyes into crescent moons, just like the 2 eyebrows in the night sky of S1. "Take me out of here." Zhong Huiyan looked at him seriously across the dining table. She pursed her lips hard, acting cute and determined. When the two of them met under the starlight, the little girl blurted out, "Protect me." Su Lu stared blankly at the little girl across the table. He roughly understood why Little Watermelon was so indifferent to him in front of Mrs. Zhong and Uncle Tian. She didn't have a trace of enthusiasm at all, as if she had completely forgotten what had happened in the past. Almighty Creator, 3 years had passed, and this child was already 8 years old. Could it be that she still hadn't gotten rid of the bad habit of leaving home? No matter how thick the nerves in Su Li's body were, it was difficult for him to resist this sudden impact. He was able to communicate with the glory of the charter. His brain, which had put down countless structural blueprints, buzzed and was about to explode. With a crisp bang, he simply fell under the table. "What's wrong?" Mrs. Zhong and Fatty Tian ended the call with Westwoods and walked out of the office with solemn expressions, just in time to see this scene. The elders came to the scene. Little Zhong Huiyen returned to her indifferent and proud expression. She gently scooped up the thick soup in front of her, like a rude daughter of a rich family. Nothing. Sulu couldn't bear to expose little Watermelon's plan of leaving home and let her be scolded. But in fact, at this time, his mood was much better than before. At least he knew that little Watermelon hadn't forgotten about him, and she still trusted him as much as before. She even trusted him to handle such a big matter. Of course, Sulu wouldn't leave home with little Watermelon. He just quietly shook his head helplessly at the little girl when Mrs. Zhong wasn't paying attention. Then he left his private contact information on the internet. Zhong Huiyen sat on the sofa with a cold and listless face. After saying a few words to her mother, she went upstairs. But before she entered the house, she turned around and glared at Sulu. But the anger of a little girl was extremely cute no matter how one looked at it. When Mrs. Zhong sent Sulu out of the door, she said a few words apologetically. After a moment of silence, she said, "I just received news that the Joint Chiefs of Staff have decided that Du Shaoqing's Iron 7th Division will enter the Westwoods." Sulu was shocked. Only now did he know the real content of the previous call. The taxi was parked on the side of the villa. Sulu declined Mrs. Zhong's offer in advance to send him to the villa. After saying goodbye, he sat in the passenger's seat. Thinking of little Watermelon's cute appearance at the dining table, Sulu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He couldn't understand why little Watermelon always wanted to leave her family at such a young age. Although Commander Zhong was rarely with his daughter, it was obvious that Mrs. Zhong was a very good mother. Maybe it was because she was lonely. Sulu looked at the mottled autumn leaves outside the window. He thought of Tai Ziyuan in H1 district and Zhouyu. The children of aristocratic families didn't have good lives. He thought that if he could come back alive from the front line in the future, he would spend more time with this child. At this moment, he heard some noise in the back seat. He looked back warily and saw that the chair in the back row had been pushed over. A little girl wearing a blue student uniform was crawling out with a face full of dust. Zhong Huiyen struggled to climb into the seat and sat down. She looked at Sulu in front of her and giggled. She said, "Brother Sulu, I'm here." Su Li's expression froze. This clear childish voice sounded like thunder in his ears. Chapter 360. Sulu blinked his eyes with great difficulty to confirm that the little girl in the blue student uniform in the back was a real person and not an existence of his imagination. When he reacted immediately, he shouted to the driver next to him, "Stop the car! Go back!" Hearing this, little Watermelon widened her big, innocent eyes and looked at her big brother Sulu in confusion. She thought to herself, "Just now, you insisted on not taking the family car and had the taxi wait downstairs. Wasn't it so that I could jump down from upstairs, so that I could escape?" In the little girl's mind, she didn't run away from home alone, but had a perfect cooperation with brother Sulu. When the little girl saw that Suli's expression was serious and not lively, she finally understood that the car was about to turn back. She tightly hugged the somewhat old doll in her arms and screamed, "No!" With a sharp screech, The taxi abruptly stopped on the flat highway of Shisha State. The taxi driver, who had received a generous tip, stood in the woods beside the road and smoked a cigarette. He looked at the squirrel, who was busily preparing winter food, and occasionally whistled. Although he didn't understand the relationship between the young officer in the car and the little girl, he wasn't worried because the young officer didn't look like a shameless person who would abduct and sell a girl. Moreover, someone who could sit as a guest in that big house wouldn't lack this small amount of money. In the taxi, Su Li's expression was calm and gentle, but his heart had already been shocked into countless turbulent waves. He painfully rubbed his hair and said to the little girl as calmly as possible, "Where did you get the idea that I would run away from home with you? You also thought that I called for this taxi specifically to cooperate with you?" Zhong Huiyin hugged the doll and looked at him with a cute frown. She said, "Isn't this always shown on TV?" Su Lu looked at her delicate face and the dust on her student uniform. His heart couldn't help but soften. Unable to say anything harsh, he took out his handkerchief and carefully wiped away the dust. Thinking that this little girl was actually able to climb down from the top floor of the villa, he couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. He asked, "I really don't know where you learned the ability to climb over walls at such a young age." Zhong Huiyin widened her eyes and looked at him doubtfully. She said softly, "Brother Su Lu, when we were young, you took me to drill the ventilation pipe on the spaceship. It was much more difficult than climbing down from upstairs." Hearing this, Su Lu was startled. His action of wiping her face froze, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This little girl not only didn't forget the past, but even remembered these details so clearly. "But when you were young, are you an adult now?" Thinking of this, he gently rubbed the little girl's hair, just like how he used to do after washing her hair 3 years ago. Zhong Huiyin stubbornly broke her little head away from his palm and carefully smoothed her slightly messy black hair with the palms of her 2 small hands. Her action was very cute. Her lilac-like little mouth was tightly pursed to express her strong dissatisfaction with Su Li's plan to send her home and her anger at the wrong person. In the 3 years since she came to the capital ring, Zhong Huiyin had been well-behaved and lovely. She lived a stable life with her mother and never ran away from home again. In the next 2 years, she even rarely mentioned the story of the past. Mentioning Brother Donglin's name was not because she was forgetful. Mrs. Zhong and the people in the villa had forgotten the past earlier than her because they thought that she was just a child. However, after the environment lost its vigilance, Zhong Huiyin was still quiet and well-behaved. She never tried to run away from home again because although she was young, she was absolutely smart and sensible. She knew that there were still many bad people in the outside world covered by the glory of the charter. The little girl did not have the courage to try anything. Until today, when Su Lu came, she finally saw the honest and loyal face that left the most vivid impression in her childhood. She found the most trustworthy brother Su Lu. Therefore, the chick found the courage and thought that she had a tacit understanding with Su Lu. She quietly changed her clothes, climbed downstairs, and got into the car. "You're wrong. Think about how sad your family will be if they can't find you." Su Lu was quick with action and not taciturn with words. However, in front of a stubborn and sad little girl, he did not have the ability to play the role of a mature elder at such a young age. He could only say the boring words of those boring teachers in movies, TV shows, and novels. He spoke carefully. Zhong Huiyin did not reply. The little girl lowered her head slightly and maintained absolute silence. The black hair by her face covered her ears. The clear bangs in front of her forehead just happened to reach her eyebrows. She was using this kind of silent resistance to stubbornness and futility. "I'll come to play with you often in the future, okay?" Su Lu made a promise that even he himself did not believe. This was probably a rare time for him to lie. He was about to lead Team 7 to carry out the security advisory work. Who knew what the federal military was thinking behind the incident of protecting the national idol? Before the situation in the West Woods calmed down, he simply had no time to come to Shisha State again. Zhong Huiyan suddenly raised her head. Her tuft of hair swayed, and then fell down peacefully. It was like a little black bird spreading its wings and testing to fly once. "You're lying again." The little girl opened her eyes wide. Her bright eyes, like a shallow lake, were filled with unconcealed childlike grief and anger. She said quickly and angrily in a thin voice, 3 years ago, you said you would take me out to play. When did you come?" Su Lu was stunned. He did not know how to explain. Could he say that he was a wanted criminal of the Federation, and that someone under her father knew him? Or could he tell this little girl, who was still so clean that it made one's heart ache, about his 3 years of experience? For example, how he used a pen to stab an old man's skull, how he kicked a mecha, how his bones were shattered, and the endless darkness. He took out his phone. As he began to press the button, he laughed bitterly and said in a low voice, "I really don't understand you, little girl, the little miss of the West Woods Zhong family. You don't know how many people are envious of you, but in the end, at such a young age, you always want to run outside. The outside world is actually not that fun. I'm not going out to play." Zhong Huiyan opened her eyes wide and stared angrily at Su Li's fingers that were pulling out the phone. Her little hand that was holding the old doll tightly clenched. She quickly said in a shrill voice, "I just want to go out and take a look. Can I do that?" How is that something an 8-year-old child would say? Su Lu said softly. Hearing the chirping sound coming from the phone, he shook his head. What's there to see outside? Even if you are determined to be a traveler, you can't go wandering around the world at such a young age. I'll be 9 next month. I'm not a child. Zhong Huiyan looked at Su Lu with disdain. Her dark eyes rolled up, making her look exceptionally smart. I'm locked behind the metal door every day when I go to school. After class, I'm picked up by Annie Chiu and those bodyguards. I've never gone out to play with my classmates. I don't even know where my desk mate lives. They invited me to a birthday party, but my mother didn't agree. Last time, my mother finally found a day to accompany me to the amusement park. In the end, there was no one in the amusement park. There was only a Ferris wheel and a wooden horse spinning. She thought that I didn't know anything. How could I not know? The amusement park was closed that day, and it was opened especially for me. What's the point of a one-person amusement park? I'm alone in dance class, piano class, and even baking pie class. I'm alone. Unlike other children, Zhong Huiyan didn't use an aggrieved voice to beg Su Lu to take her away. Instead, like a little adult, she stared seriously and angrily at Su Li's eyes. The words coming out of her small mouth became faster and faster, and her voice became softer and softer. It was almost condensed into a straight line. If a woman spoke in such an angry and exaggerated tone, it would inevitably seem a little neurotic. But when a cute little girl said this, it could only show her cute stubbornness and unwillingness. In the life of a little missy, Zhong Huiyan's curiosity about the outside world grew stronger day by day, but she was increasingly unable to interact with the outside world in a normal way. In everyone's opinion, the little missy of the Zhong family had everything, but little Watermelon didn't think so. She couldn't understand all of this logically, but she could clearly feel from life that if only one person could have everything, it was actually equivalent to having nothing. Mrs. Zhong, yes, she's with me now. I'll send her back right away. Su Lu explained into the phone. I don't know either. She suddenly came out of the back seat, just now. Well, okay, it's okay. Mrs. Zhong had just found out that her daughter was missing. Before she had time to start worrying, she received a call from Su Lu. After she relaxed, she couldn't help but feel a little funny. Why did the little girl, who was usually well-behaved and quiet, trust Su Lu so much every time she saw him? Su Lu was on the phone with the villa while watching the little girl's movements from the corner of his eye. After Zhong Huiyan vented her anger and unwillingness, she didn't speak again. She turned her head and looked out of the car window in silence. Her small face reflected in the car window looked very disappointed. Was she alone? Mrs. Zhong's voice on the phone gradually faded. Su Lu looked at the little girl's slightly lonely back and remembered what Tai Ziyuan had said to him in the gymnasium. At that time, Lady Tai had tried to let Tai Ziyuan grow up normally in a commoner's school. However, with the sudden assassination, this method of education had come to an end. Among the 7 big families in the Federation, the Tai family and the Westwood's Zhong family only had one person in this generation. Loneliness was one thing, but the danger they were about to face was another. Su Lu understood very well why Mrs. Zhong was so cautious, but looking at Zhong Huiyan's small shoulders, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional about her unusual teenage years. At this moment, it suddenly started to rain in Xixia State. The round raindrops hit the glass window of the taxi and scattered into small umbrellas. The quiet Zhong Huiyan gradually opened her eyes wide and smiled as she watched the changes in the raindrops. Seeing the little girl's expression, Su Li's big heart suddenly softened. After a moment of hesitation, he said very embarrassedly into the phone, "Madam, can I take Huiyan out to play for 2 days?" The little girl obviously heard this sentence, but she still didn't turn around. She just looked at the rain on the glass window, and her eyes gradually curved up, looking very cute. Chapter 361. The rain didn't stop, and the cold wind was blowing. Especially on the tarmac of the capital's Dojiao airport, the autumn wind and rain were even more depressing. The cold wind and rain poured into people's sleeves, instantly cooling people's eagerness to return home. The passengers sitting on the self-transit express train looked at the 2 figures walking on the tarmac, one big and one small. They wondered if they wanted to walk back to the building in such cold weather. At first, the passengers thought that they were a father and a daughter, but when they saw the young face of the officer, they had to overturn this conclusion. They couldn't help but feel very strange. The cold autumn rain didn't stop, and the cold wind blew horizontally. In the wind and rain, Su Lu held the big black umbrella in his left hand and held the little daughter of the Zhong family's hand in his right hand. They walked to the side of the tarmac. Because he was worried that the little girl would get wet, he leaned most of the umbrella to the right. The left side of his body was already wet, and the dark green military uniform looked like it was painted with ink. The little girl's left hand tightly held his hand, and her right hand was holding the old doll. She silently followed Su Lu and walked forward quickly. Although it was hard, she didn't say anything. Her beautiful long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes were smiling like crescent moons. Her white socks and black shoes under her little blue dress were running quickly in the shallow pool of water. Only then did she have time to keep up with Su Li's speed. With her broken and laborious footsteps, the little school bag she brought from home jumped up and down, and the neat black hair on the top of her head also jumped up and down. It was just like the child's mood at this time. Su Lu finally reacted and slowed down. At the same time, he tilted the black umbrella in her direction. The 2 of them didn't talk much along the way. They just walked in silence like this. There was a tacit understanding and a wonderful sense of rhythm, just like 3 years ago in the 32nd district of the spaceship. They didn't walk far before Major Lan Xiaolong came down from the black car and welcomed the two of them to the car. He sat in the dark green military vehicle behind them. It was very warm in the black car, and it was completely isolated from the cold rain and autumn wind outside. Su Lu took out a towel and warmed it in front of the heater. He then covered Zhong Huashan's little head and rubbed it casually. He wanted to explain the military vehicle behind them and the identity of the men in Group 7, but looking at the little girl's eyes, she didn't seem to be very interested in these things. That's right. Every time the little miss of the Zhong family went out, she would be followed by a group of Special Forces soldiers. A formation like this, to her, was very common. The school bag and the old doll lay quietly in the back seat. Su Lu quietly dried little Watermelon's wet hair, but his mind was thinking about something else. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. He didn't know if it was because he was obsessed or because he was shattered by the little girl's expression when she looked at the raindrops outside the window, but he unexpectedly asked Mrs. Zhong on the other end of the phone to take her out for 2 days. What was even more inexplicable was that Mrs. Zhong actually agreed to this absurd and irresponsible request after some consideration. It was important to know that little Watermelon was the only heir of the Zhong family in the West Woods. She had always been under extremely strict care in the capital ring. How could Mrs. Zhong agree to let her leave with Su Lu? Are you satisfied now? Su Lu threw the white towel in the back seat and looked at the little girl helplessly. Zhong Huiyan's ink-black eyes looked up, as if she was thinking. Then she nodded vigorously, and the word yes came out of her straight and cute little nose. She rubbed her hair vigorously and shook it around with a giggle. She was like a puppy that had just returned home from a rainy day. She was extremely cute. Downstairs at Wangdu Apartments, Su Lu carefully instructed the people in the military vehicle, mainly Lan Xiaolong. He wasn't used to the men from Group 7 following him around like bodyguards every day, but today he was bringing little Watermelon home. It was the first time the little miss of the Zhong family had left her parents' protection to go out and play. If he didn't have such a security expert by her side, he wouldn't be able to rest assured. Even if Mrs. Zhong said on the phone that the security forces to protect the little girl would follow them to the capital. Call Uncle Li, Su Lu said to Zhong Huiyan as he pushed open the door of the apartment and pointed at Li Wei on the sofa. Zhong Huiyan glanced at the man on the sofa, nodded, and called, Uncle Li. There wasn't much respect or intimacy in this call of uncle. The little girl's delicate and pretty face had a faint pride and indifference that kept people thousands of miles away. She didn't have the kind of intimacy that Mrs. Zhong had hidden deep in her heart, but she had learned her external expression perfectly. Although she was young, she already had a bit of a noble aura. Li Wei was sitting on the sofa and watching television in boredom. He had a cigarette in his mouth and a wine glass in his hand, looking like a gangster or scum. Suddenly, he saw Su Lu bring home a little girl carved out of ice and jade. He was shocked and quickly brushed away the cigarette ash on his body and asked, Whose child is this? She's really pretty. Su Lu let out a wry laugh. He couldn't possibly tell the truth, that this was the little princess of the West Forest region. He shook his head and sighed. The child of a friend in Xixia wanted to come to the capital to play, so I brought her back. That's good. This is also my first time in the capital as a country bumpkin. I wanted to ask you to accompany me for a stroll, but I was afraid that you would be busy. Coincidentally, I'm with this little girl. Li Wei suddenly stopped talking because he saw the indifference on this little girl's face. He sensed that she was definitely not a country bumpkin. Zhong Huiyan didn't do what Su Lu thought she would do, run around the various rooms curiously, admiring the simple yet genuine happiness of the lower class of society. Then she would become intoxicated by it and jump on the sofa while laughing. That was something that little girls in television dramas would do. It was obvious that this little girl didn't have such a boring hobby. She just quietly walked around the living room with a trace of caution and curiosity in her eyes. The little girl's gaze fell on a stack of miniature discs under the television screen. She curiously looked at the discs that looked like coins. She lowered her little head and seriously studied them for a long time. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Sulu and Li Wei. She said in an incomparably serious tone, "This is a pirated version." Sulu and Li Wei looked at each other and felt endless shame and embarrassment. When they were young, they were orphans in Donglin. Naturally, they had developed the bad habit of buying cheap pirated versions. Now that they were being sternly criticized by an 8 or 9-year-old little girl, they couldn't help but feel their faces heat up. Who knew that Zhong Huiyan would suddenly burst out laughing? The little girl excitedly shrieked, "That's great! I've always heard people say pirated versions, but I've never seen them even once." She hugged the stack of pirated discs and turned around. She said, "Brother Sulu, I've never seen pirated versions. The Federation TV station doesn't make my favorite all-metal Frenzy discs, so I can only watch replays every time. But that station has too many advertisements." She innocently looked at Sulu and asked, in an incomparably serious tone, "I've heard that pirated versions don't have advertisements. Is that true?" Sulu opened his mouth wide. After a long time, he cautiously said, "Why don't you take a look at this legendary pirated version?" Little Zhong Huiyan stubbornly and sorrowfully uttered a series of words that broke Sulu Ro's heart. His fatherly love grew in him, and he resolutely brought Zhong Huiyan back to his home. He had thought that after leaving the villa, the little girl would scream in excitement, cut up the bed sheets, and pretend to be a witch to scare people. She would go to the amusement park overnight to play with heartbeats, go to the fast food restaurant to eat junk food, and play games crazily. He had even mentally prepared himself to accompany her to ride the Snow Mountain Dragon. The Snow Mountain Dragon was the longest and most thrilling roller coaster in the universe. However, he had never thought that little girl Zhong Huiyan would just sit quietly on the sofa with a plate of freshly fried potato sticks in her hand. She was obediently watching the TV series on the hologram. No, to be precise, she was watching pirated discs. Whose child is this? She hasn't even seen pirated versions before. Isn't she too pitiful? Li Wei looked at Sulu, who was tidying up the kitchen, and sighed with emotion. Sulu didn't dare to look at the little girl in the living room. In fact, he was already dumbfounded. He thought that the upbringing of the 7 great families was too serious. Back then, it was acceptable that Tai Ziyuan had never eaten scallion pancakes, but he had never seen pirated versions. He had the urge to call the young master and ask if he had ever watched porn before Miss Bai Chi took his virginity. The early autumn festival was only a few days away. Sulu really wanted to make little Watermelon happy, so he naturally couldn't let her stay at home and watch pirated versions every day. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of where to take the little girl to play. Suddenly, he remembered that among his few friends, the woman in red in the Shishan courtyard was already a mother. So he directly dialed a number. "Drag that Dalmatian back and kill him as soon as possible before I call the guards to shoot him." As soon as the call went through, Zhou voice was extremely cold and angry. It directly made Su Li's ears go numb. He held the phone in shock and took 2 seconds to understand. Dalmatian. She must be talking about that playboy Mr. Sher. He hadn't been seen for more than a day. Could it be that he had run to the Shishan courtyard? Shishan courtyard An anti-government spy had run to the entrance of the Federal Army's most heavily guarded courtyard. Although the Federation was playing a big game of reconciliation, wasn't sure Qinghai's approach a little too fierce? What's the meaning of him blocking the entrance of the courtyard? He's even calling the Sentinels brothers, putting his arm around their shoulders and exhaling smoke. Sulu, I'm warning you, before those generals come in and out, and before my father comes back, you'd better drag him away and bury him as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if I don't shoot him, there are plenty of people who will. Zhou voice on the phone was unusually cold, just like the girl in red in front of the nightclub in Linhai. However, Sulu could only hold the phone and frown bitterly, thinking that it was useless for him to persuade that young master. He hesitated and said, "He probably wants to see you or the child. What are you afraid of?" There was silence on the other end of the phone. From the corner of his eye, Sulu saw the little girl in the living room yawning, but still staring at the TV screen. He hurriedly told her about the troubles of a certain daughter. Unexpectedly, the daughter of the Zhou family was stunned and simply said, "Get out. The following doesn't count. This chapter is much more interesting." When I was writing the first chapter, I was listening to Yang Naiwen. In the end, I still couldn't write well because my mood was a bit messy and I was too short on time. During the day, I was busy with work and other chores like buying tickets. Actually, everyone should be able to see that I've been in a really good state these past few days. I'm sorry to inform everyone that I can't maintain this state any longer because tomorrow I'll be leaving Daqing and embarking on a journey. The leader's father, who is also my most respected elder, is hospitalized in Baotou, Inner Mongolia. The two of us will be going to visit him tomorrow and probably won't be back until next Saturday. However, the news we've received is good, so there shouldn't be any major problems. We just don't know how long he'll need to recuperate. I hope he recovers soon. In fact, I've been waiting for her to ask for leave so that she can leave. So I've been working hard these past few days to write more. However, I didn't expect that she'd just changed to a new unit and leave so suddenly that I didn't have a single chapter saved. In the next few days on the road and in Baotou, I tried my best to make time to write. I've been writing intermittently until today. Ever since I promised to keep updating, I haven't stopped. I'm trying to keep it up, but the most I can write every day is 3,000 words. Perhaps one day I'll reach 2,000 words. Perhaps I'll really stop updating. Chapter 362. Su Lu was very experienced in taking care of pregnant women, and it was not difficult for him to take care of children with his meticulous mind. It was just that when he was on the spaceship, he lived with the little girl in the small cabin and told her a few fairy tales every night. Now that little watermelon was almost 9 years old, her delicate features had not yet shown the temperament of a young girl, but it could be seen that she would not have much interest in fairy tales anymore. It's really troublesome. Su Lu felt that his vacation might be the last one in his life, and it had been messed up by many things. The bad taste of life was vividly reflected in these few days, starting from Mr. Shi to Li Wei, and then to little Watermelon. All the people he had not seen for a long time rushed back into his life. Although it was infinitely warm, it was also infinitely busy. When had Wangdu apartment ever been so lively? The most troublesome was still little Watermelon. He leaned against the kitchen door with a cup of coffee in his hand and looked at the little girl on the sofa who could barely lift her eyes. He couldn't help but smile, slightly. He didn't know why this little girl always had absolute trust in him. 3 years ago, she was not even 6 years old. After 3 years, how could she still remember him? This kind of trust and the feeling of being remembered was very warm. Sulu forgot which philosopher had said that being needed was a very deep kind of happiness. But at the same time, this kind of trust and being needed was also a kind of great pressure. In addition to the pressure of Mrs. Zhong's trust in him for no reason, it was like a sharp knife under the soles of his feet. He had to be careful with every step he took. He had to let little Watermelon have a happy vacation and ensure her absolute safety. After being told to get lost by Zhou, he knew that the young mother was extremely angry because of the spotted dog at the gate of the West Woods compound. Naturally, he didn't dare to call again. After thinking about it, he had to let little Watermelon have fun, and it had to be safe and quiet without any danger or disturbance. He really didn't know where to go in the upper class of the Federation, except for Linyuan and Lufeng Slope. But how could those places be suitable for a little girl? He suddenly remembered that he had received a call from Li Xiaotong yesterday. Li Xiaotong looked cold, but in fact, he was quite a good person to befriend. He was a good person to consult, and anyway, he had to meet him before the end of his vacation. A place to play? No problem. The 3D movie washes the holographic screen. The amusement facilities are all there. Seventh young Master Li's faint voice came from the phone. That's good. It's clean, right? How can the place we play be unclean? Li Qishao reprimanded somewhat angrily. Sulu added seriously, it's for little girls to play with. Li Xiaotong paused for a moment before replying, don't worry, no problem. Under the archaic eaves of the ivy garden, Li Xiaotong put down the phone. In his calm eyes, the usual gloominess had faded a lot, but there were more complicated emotions. He muttered to himself, how young is a little girl? Brother Zeng still stood at the door, like a gun tied in a coarse cloth. He knew very well that the young master wasn't asking him a question, but he still took 2 steps forward and prepared to arrange tomorrow's meeting. We won't do anything illegal. We won't touch anyone under the age of 14. Li Qishao instructed. He frowned slightly and said hesitantly, something's not right. Why did Sulu become such a beast all of a sudden? The arranged place was a theme park. As for what the theme was, Sulu drove the black car all the way along the cliff to the mountainside, looking at the Ferris wheel and the iron tower near the sea, but he still couldn't figure it out. Beside him, Zhong Huiyan rubbed her slightly dry eyes. She was quite interested in the scenery in the southern suburbs of the capital. After all, she was a little girl. Looking at the mountains full of autumn sunflowers outside the theme park, she was somewhat happy. Li Wei was dozing off in the back seat, but young Master sure didn't follow them. He was sleeping in the Wangdu apartment. This beautiful flower waiter had spent the entire night blocking the entrance of the Shishan compound. He was already extremely tired and naturally didn't want to join this strange group of 3 men bringing a little girl to the amusement park. According to the radar map mark given by Li Qishao, Sulu drove the black car around the mountainside road. Suddenly, there was a wide open space in front of him. The lively amusement park was temporarily left behind. In front of him, there was a layer of fog on the mountainside opposite him. In the fog, he could vaguely see a manor. Behind the manor, there was a large area of slightly undulating green grass between the autumn hills. Building a golf course in the middle of the valley, this manor was really amazing. What surprised the 3 people in the car even more was that on the cliff to the right of the manor, there was a line shining with a metallic luster. Looking at it carefully, they found that it was an open-air elevator more than a kilometer long. Looking at the direction, it directly led to the large amusement park in front of them. This kind of design momentum couldn't be called big, but it should be called incomparably luxurious. After verifying the citizen information at the entrance of the manor, a staff member in a black suit bowed his head respectfully and got on the electric scooter in front to lead the way for the black scooter and the dark green military vehicle behind. After traveling for a short while in the slightly foggy valley, they passed through two deliberately arranged stone gates and arrived at their destination. After getting off the car, Sulu held Zhong Huiyan's little hand and walked straight ahead. Li Wei turned up his collar and followed behind the two. With a cigarette in his mouth, he looked at the furnishings in the manor with a complicated expression. He was shocked by the noble atmosphere here and was a little speechless. The staff member led the group to a door and left. Sulu looked at the intoxicating wood door in front of him and thought that this door alone was probably worth a year of his salary. Although he knew that Li Xiaotong and Little Watermelon were qualified enough to enjoy this kind of extravagance, and he had been in many high-end places in the past few years, he still couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. The moment the intoxicating wood door was pushed open, there was a sudden burst of crackling sounds in the room. Sulu narrowed his eyes, and his pupils shrank, and then dispersed. In an instant, he knew that he hadn't been ambushed. These crackling sounds weren't gunshots, but small fireworks in the room. Because of the countless shredded paper shimmering with rainbow colors under the light, it was like a fairy scattering flowers. Among the scattered paper fireworks, there was a neat sound in the originally quiet room. 8 beautiful girls with beautiful eyebrows and picturesque eyebrows bowed deeply to Sulu, who had pushed open the intoxicating wood door. They smiled and said, "Hello, Brother Sulu." What made people's eyes feel as if they had just been washed by water was their cute and seductive outfits. The light yellow miniskirts were close-fitting, showing off the curves of the young girls who were already tall and straight, but still slightly young. The close-fitting yellow miniskirts were so short that it couldn't be any shorter. There was even a small slit on both sides, showing off the legs that were full of youthful elasticity and vitality. They were as white as the tender core of a willow tree after being peeled off its bark. The 8 girls were all first-year students of the Federation's Academy of Arts. The oldest was only 16 years old. They had not been tainted by too much worldly dust and were attracted to this place by the irresistible money and future. They had a trace of pure and decadent aura that was hard to resist. Yellow, tender, energetic, pure. All of these were gathered on these 8 girls, but it was all for the sake of highlighting the word tender, coupled with the phrase Big Brother Sulu that was deliberately trained. If it was any other man who saw this scene, he would probably feel a wave of youthfulness rushing towards him, and his mind would sway and be unable to control himself. The 7th young master of the Li family was sitting on the sofa, smiling as he looked at the door. He thought to himself, Mugu's arrangements are indeed beautiful. Sulu, no matter how strange your request is, I'm sure you'll be satisfied with this formation. Li Wei was very satisfied. He stood behind Sulu with his mouth wide open, completely speechless. He thought to himself, isn't Sulu doing too well now? He's actually playing the drama of finding his first love. You should know that we didn't properly go to school when we were young. Could it be that you had a crush on someone back then? Sulu looked at the 8 girls who were smiling sweetly like lotuses in a river. His heart had long been in a mess. He vaguely understood that there was a problem with the communication between him and Li Qishao. While he was shocked, he remembered that Little Watermelon was still behind him. If this little girl saw this scene, no matter how naive she was, she would be able to roughly understand what was going on. With this thought in mind, the 8 delicate lotuses in front of him suddenly turned into a thicket of more than 3,000 sharp blades, stabbing under his, but causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Little Zhong Yanhua felt the strangeness in front of her, and curiously poked her head out from behind Su Li's back. Su Li's reaction was surprisingly fast. He quickly displayed the 10 postures that the uncle had taught him. His right hand moved horizontally to the right as if it was splitting a mountain, firmly blocking the little girl's face. Just as he was about to give Li Xiaotong a wink, The little girl beside him exclaimed in surprise and admiration. Cool. The little girl, Zhong Yanhua, stood on tiptoe, her pair of lively black eyes staring at the edge of Su Li's palm. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at the lotus-shaped girls not far in front of her. After clearing the place, Su Lu had to admit that the club arranged by Li Xiaotong was indeed clean and fun. It was not a place specially used for that kind of shady business. Going down the open-air elevator on the cliff, there were countless things suitable for little girls to play with. But in the end, he lost face in front of Little Watermelon. Every time he thought of the 8 lotus-shaped girls calling Su Lu brother in unison, and then thought of Little Watermelon's exclamation of cool, he felt his face become a little hot. Can't you make it clear on the phone? Li Qixiao stared at him with a gloomy face. Su Lu angrily retorted, How did I not make it clear? It's just that you perverted children of aristocratic families always have such complicated thoughts. Look at those little girls you found. I'm afraid some of them have just turned 14. Li Xiaotong cut off the seal of the coarse tobacco and handed 2 sticks to him and Li Wei beside him. Don't mention this. Fortunately, Wood Valley is really clean and no outsiders come here. Usually, only a few family members who are familiar with each other come here for a holiday. He did not know Li Wei, but from the way Li Wei held the tobacco and some details, he could tell that this young man should belong to the lowest group of people in society. But he also knew that Su Lu did not have many friends in the Federation. For this person called Li Wei to be introduced as a friend by Su Lu in such a serious manner, he naturally could not be underestimated. Wood Valley? After coming in, I keep feeling that the style here is somewhat familiar. Su Lu raised his head and glanced at the elegant furnishings in the room, squinting his eyes as he tried to distinguish the authenticity of the paintings. Chapter 363. Wood Valley is the property of the Lin family. After Lin Banshan broke the door, he no longer cared about the family's affairs. Of course, the old men of the previous generation of the Lin family were unwilling to give up. They begged and pestered people to enter the Lin Garden. They shamelessly learned from the Lin Garden and built such a place. Li Xiaotong rubbed the thick tobacco with 2 fingers and lowered his head. This garden not only imitated the form, but also the spirit. Plus, the Special Administrative Region government built a large entertainment area on the other side of the mountain, so it's very suitable for a family vacation. It's said that President Sieg liked it very much when he came for a summer vacation 2 years ago. Unfortunately, this mountain is not as good as the White Mountain behind Linyuan. Also, there's no airport, so it's not very convenient. Fortunately, there's a lot of clouds in the mountain, which makes up for some of the disadvantages. Su Lu took a sip of red wine and pursed his lips. During high-class occasions in the capital ring, the place he went the most was Linyuan. He often sat by the flowing water of the bamboo residence. He had a deep impression of the White Mountain under the curtain of night and the private jet taking off and landing from time to time. That was the first impact of the Federation's wealth on his heart. Now that he heard Li Xiaotong's words and thought of the noble aura he saw when he entered the manor, he thought that it was no wonder. Li Wei did not know Li Xiaotong. He only knew that this gloomy young master was probably a big shot, but he could not imagine that this person was one of the 7 legendary family's heirs. He held the thick tobacco clumsily and lowered his head to listen to the conversation between Su Lu and Li Qixiao. The 2 talked about the president, the private airport, and other unfamiliar terms, which made him even more silent. He did not want to do anything inappropriate or say anything ridiculous. He could only enter the manor as Su Li's friend, so he did not want to lose face for Su Lu. It had been some time since he crashed into the top circle of the Federation, but Sulu still had not figured out the brand or the so-called foundation of the coarse tobacco and red wine. As for the year, the rainwater, the pH of the soil, and the complicated relationship between the taste and taste, he was even more confused. Perhaps it would have been easier for him to recite and evaluate the paintings in the room according to the Dictionary of Art Evaluation in the library. However, this did not affect him from taking a puff of tobacco and a sip of red wine. When it came to enjoyment, perhaps one could enjoy it at a higher level by knowing the reason. However, that was all he could do to at least satisfy the physiological feelings of his senses. Placing the coarse tobacco on a large ashtray made of red-brown rice stone, Sulu at least learned not to flick the ash. After a moment of silence, he said to Li Xiaotong, "Both the Li family and the Lin family want me dead, but because of you, maybe the Li family can tolerate me." "The Lin family? I've beaten up Lin Daohai and trampled over Lin Yuanhu. It feels weird to be a guest at their property. This is an open business. A family like the one we grew up in will never solve all the grudges on the surface." Li Xiaotong said faintly, "Everyone has to abide by the rules. Although Lin Daohai is brave and fierce, it's impossible for him to use an automatic rifle to sweep you away. In this world, other than you and Lin Banshan, who would do such a thing?" Sulu heard the hidden meaning in this sentence and smiled. "Coincidentally, I only found out when I came. Lin Daohai and the leader's son, who was beaten up by you at the banquet, are also here. However, I don't think the two of them dare to disturb your mood." Li Xiaotong raised the wine glass in his hand and said with a smile, "How many people in the Federation dare to mess with you now? You make me sound like a playboy. Right, I didn't expect you to bring a little friend here. I was going to introduce some people to you today." Li Xiaotong put down the wine glass and said, "Of course, they are all people with ulterior motives. They have some power in the S1 states. Apart from a few people who are interested in the little money I have on hand, the others are only here to make early investments. You can understand from this point alone that they are not really powerful people. At most, they are second-tier people." Sulu understood. Even if Li Qishao was the second successor of the Li family in name, as long as that beautiful Li Xiuzhu was still alive and didn't make the decisive mistake of the last presidential election, he would always be at a disadvantage in the competition. Your money is not a little money. Perhaps it was because of Su Li's sudden appearance that the old men of the Li family, who had always been calculating, discovered for the first time that the Li family's seventh brother had a vision for investment. In just a dozen months, the private investment fund that he could control had risen to 970 million yuan. This amount of money could be considered a great fortune anywhere in the Federation. However, in the eyes of people like Li Xiaotong, compared to the vast wealth of his family, it was naturally just a little money. "I don't have much interest in those investments. I'm going to keep all this money for you." Li Xiaotong's face was grave and stern. His collar was neat and cold like thin leaves hanging on branches in a snowy day. It is often stupid to invest separately. Although I haven't seen the crown prince you promised to introduce me to, now I am more and more convinced that just by investing in you, I will definitely get countless times more returns in the future. Li Xiaotong said very seriously, and Sulu also heard it very clearly. If Li Xiaotong could really win his personal friendship in the future battle for the inheritance of the Li family, those old men would have to consider the attitude of that old man in Philadelphia. Although it was certainly not decisive, it was a very important bargaining chip. "I have only met that old man once," Sulu reminded him. "It doesn't matter. At least now everyone thinks that you are related to the Lis of Philadelphia." Li Xiaotong smiled slightly, and the coldness between his eyebrows gradually disappeared. Some people are even guessing that you are that old man's illegitimate son who has been living outside. Sulu did not spit out the red wine in his mouth. He slowly swallowed it and only felt bitter. He shook his head and sighed. The age doesn't match. So what? The tricks that the president and the parliament are doing now are making those old men in the family very distressed. Li Xiaotong said lightly, the current federation is no longer the old federation, except for that madam, who dares to face the government directly. Only that tiger in the West Woods dares to scold the officials of the National Security Council at the joint conference. Why? Of course, it is because he has someone with a gun. My family has always been very envious and has been trying to establish some kind of close relationship with the military, but there has been no progress. My side seems to be progressing faster, so of course they are happy to see it happen. Sulu knew that the biggest problem the Li family was facing now was the gold fusion algorithm proposed by President Pabre and forcibly passed by the Federation Management Committee. However, he did not know what other path the Li family could take to establish a close relationship with the military other than himself. At this time, Zhong Huiyan, who was brought to the room by the maid, finally put on her clothes and skipped out. The little girl came in front of Sulu and held her chin with both hands. She blinked and said with a smile, "Brother Sulu, do I look good?" Sulu looked at the cute little raccoon in front of him. He did not expect Li Qishao to find a way to make the little girl happy in such a short time. He could not help but feel admiration. The 8 lotus-like young girls had already retreated, leaving behind only 2 who were in charge of the reception. Sulu looked at the young girl with delicate features and sincerely thanked her. "That's your circle. If you need me to meet them, I will come back later." Sulu stood up and held Zhong Huiyan's small hand with her furry raccoon. He looked at Li Xiaotong and said with a wry smile, "My main task today is to play with her." He knew very well that the party Li Xiaotong arranged today was not necessarily an attempt to drag him into a certain circle, but it could be assumed that he also had some intention of taking advantage of the situation. After all, his origin as the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation had already become a hot topic in the upper-class society of the Federation. If he appeared, it would definitely be a bonus for Li Qishao. Li Xiaotong indifferently spread out his right hand, indicating that he could do as he pleased, looking at the back of Sulu and the little girl dressed as a raccoon disappearing. He could not help but feel a little strange. Which family's child was this? Unexpectedly, Sulu doted on her so much, looking at the faint pride between her eyebrows and the calmness in the luxurious environment of the Wood Valley Manor. She must not be a child of an ordinary family. But he never thought of going to the Zhong family in the West Woods. In his opinion, Sulu, a guy with a military background, was very close to the crown prince of the Tai family and was also carefully nurtured by the old man in Philadelphia. His fate was already very good. If the little girl was the little princess of the Zhong family, Li Qishao was afraid that he would painfully pull his hair and sigh that this kid's luck was already heaven-defying. Sulu took the little girl to the amusement park in front of the mountain to enjoy life no longer alone. Li Wei, on the other hand, did not know why he stayed behind. The number of people in the second courtyard of the Wood Valley gradually increased. Li Xiaotong did not have the time to take care of this unknown person. After giving a few instructions to the housekeeper, he began to seriously talk with the guests. These guests were dressed very plainly, but if one were to carefully examine them, they would definitely be shocked by the handmade symbols embroidered with silk that represented money. Li Wei didn't understand these things, so he just listened quietly, with the spirit of a small fry. It only took him 10 minutes to clearly determine that the middle-aged and young people who were qualified to appear in this big house were not ordinary people. Except for a few people who were obviously as nervous as him, the rest were all big shots. Being in such an environment, Li Wei concealed his nervousness very well. While sighing, his ears perked up, especially when he heard that two of the fat people were big businessmen who did trade with Bermuda. The tip of his ears slightly trembled. The only one who stayed behind was the young girl, First Lotus. She was quietly and innocently listening to a topic that she would never hear in the Federation Academy of Arts. Suddenly, she was called to Li Wei's side. Li Wei lowered his voice and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Xiao Shi." The young girl was a little nervous and cute as she answered. Li Wei whispered, "Can you give me a pen and paper?" Xiao Shi thought that this man wanted to give her contact information, and a trace of pride appeared in her delicate and charming eyes. Although this guest was dressed very plainly, and not like the others who were pretending to be plain, she only knew that those who could come here were not small people. Perhaps this guest liked to play this kind of game. Thinking of this, the trace of pride between her eyebrows turned into gentleness, and she said softly, "Wait a moment." Chapter 364. Li Wei, who had been at the bottom of society since he was a child, had just been rescued by the West Woods soldiers from the Bermuda Star region. Naturally, he did not have any cards with him. As it was his first time entering the capital ring, he was still unable to adapt to the shock in his heart. However, any small character with ambition and courage would not let go of any opportunity to come into contact with a new world. He took out pieces of plain white paper and exchanged them for expensive cards made of pure plant fiber. The paper had his name and contact information written on it. The powerful figures of the various provinces did not know who this submissive and even somewhat uncomfortable young man was, but anyone who could appear at the 7th Young Masters gathering would surely have a chance to soar into the sky in the future, even if they were still unknown. Naturally, no one would reject his somewhat awkward method of exchanging information, but there would occasionally be a hint of imperceptible contempt flashing across their faces. Li Xiaodong sat on the sofa and watched the scene calmly. He knew that the contempt in the eyes of these guests was not because of Li Wei's attire, but because of his expression. After all, the only thing Li Wei could bring out was the wisdom of struggling to rise from the bottom of society. If he could really accurately judge the situation today, there was no way he would be so humble no matter what. However, even so, looking at Li Wei's submissive and humble manner, 7th Young Master, Li still felt a sense of admiration for this small character. He was also 90% suspicious. This 90% suspicious was because he was very curious. What kind of place could give Sulu and this young man named Li Wei the courage to clumsily but persistently break certain rules and enter certain circles? After playing crazily in the amusement park for the whole morning, Su Li's face was pale from the torment of the roller coaster ride. He held Zhong Huiyen's small hand and walked up the awe-inspiring open-air elevator at the edge of the cliff. Only when the autumn wind blew on his face did his spirit recover slightly. He did not understand why the roller coaster ride was scarier than the mecha training. Zhong Huiyen was still wearing the brown raccoon costume, but the raccoon head had long been removed. Her red face was full of sweat, and her hair was wet. Her smiling eyes were still filled with excitement, happiness, and a trace of reluctance. "Madame Zhong said that you have to take a nap. We'll play again in the afternoon." Su Lu held the handrail of the elevator and took out a handkerchief with his right hand to wipe the girl's sweat. He was a little worried that she would catch a cold from the mountain wind. However, on this steep cliff, the girl didn't seem to be afraid at all. Yes, Zhong Huiyen nodded heavily. Including the armed members of Team 7, there were 8 people in the elevator. They arrived at the side entrance of Wood Valley Manor halfway up the mountain and met up with Lan Xiaolong, who was guarding the elevator. Lan Xiaolong leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Su Lu was slightly startled and looked to the right. Behind an antique screen wall, two ancient pines poked their heads out. There was a group of people standing on the cliff in front of the screen wall, pointing out the mountains and rivers. There was an indescribable, heroic spirit that reached the clouds. However, looking at the two proud faces in the middle of the group, Su Lu only felt that the clouds and mist in this beautiful mountain valley had dispersed too quickly. How could he see them again and let them sully this mountain scenery? Li Qishao said that they wouldn't disturb him, but there was an old Federation proverb that said that if they weren't true enemies, they wouldn't always be together because of fate. This seemed to be referring to this scene. Su Lu was afraid of trouble, but he also didn't want to cause trouble, let alone these two boring people. He glanced at the second son of Nanshui's leader, Nan Mingxiu, and the heir of the Lin family, Lin Dohai, and shook his head. He then held Zhong Huiyan's hand and stepped onto the stone path, preparing to leave. However, in the end, he underestimated the high degree of summation and magical power of the Federation proverb. The group of youths who were pointing out the mountains and rivers and pretending to have the aura of nobility just happened to rest at this moment. They were preparing to enjoy the most famous feast in Wood Valley. As soon as they turned around, they saw them. The two groups of people were stunned at the same time. No one said anything. The silence lasted for 3 seconds. Suddenly, Lin Dohai smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I didn't think that a small place like my family could actually invite such a big figure like you." Lin Dohai's original intention was to mock Su Lu, but now that the men of the seventh group were following Su Lu closely, it really did make Su Lu seem like a big figure. Many of the youths in the group revealed doubtful expressions. A few of the youths who had been fortunate enough to attend the charity banquet that night and watched the confrontation on the terrace revealed vigilant expressions. These days, Nan Mingxiu had been well received by the young masters of the Federation. He enjoyed the good old wine and knew delicious people that he could not enjoy in Green Dragon Mountain. He felt that his life was so happy. His father should have reconciled with the Federation long ago. Today, in the Wood Valley Manor, he had been well received by Lin Dohai. Just as he was in high spirits, he saw the person he hated the most. Nan Mingxiu was now clear about Su Li's background. However, how could an idiot develop into a proud idiot? Naturally, it was because he believed that his background was greater and was used to speaking with his background and fists. The Federation strictly controlled firearms, but gave the Green Dragon Mountain delegation great privileges, allowing them to bring a group of independent military forces into the capital. The Central Committee of Green Dragon Mountain knew that the government's arrangement was to express goodwill, so they did not bring many people from S2. There were only 30 or so people who were responsible for the daily protection of the delegation. And it was this group of brave and skilled anti-government soldiers that ended up being taken away by Nan Mingxiu, the leader's son. At this time, these 10 soldiers all stood behind him. On the balcony of the reception party, Su Lu understood the principle of light wind and cloud from the barrel of a gun. Nan Mingxiu, the leader's son, undoubtedly also understood this point. So today, he was even more insufferably arrogant than before. The gloomy anger on his face was not concealed at all. He walked directly in front of Su Lu and the others and coldly said, "Last time at the reception, you warned me once. Today, I want to return that warning to you." Su Lu looked at the leader's son in front of him. He wondered if the people from Green Dragon Mountain all had some mental problems. Zhang Xiaoming was such a good girl, yet she was forcibly harmed to such an extent. However, Mr. Sher's group of professional spies did not seem to be so stupid. "Oh, right, That was because Mr. Zhongkai's deep sea was not in Green Dragon Mountain at all. Since you and Comrade Zhang Xiaoming have nothing to do with each other anymore, I think you should not interfere with the matters between me and her in the future. Nan Mingxiu's face was gloomy. He thought he was very tolerant and gracious when he said this. Then he lowered his voice and said to Su Lu, "No matter how strong your background is, what right do you have to interfere with our internal affairs? The matters between Zhang Xiaoming and I are not for you to interfere. After all, you are just an ex-boyfriend. Don't worry, when I get her, I will report to you." Nan Mingxiu made a mistake. He only found out about the relationship between Su Lu and the Lees of Philadelphia. He did not know about the violent deeds of Su Lu that made the entire upper class of the Federation fall into a dilemma. He also did not know that Su Lu was not best at verbal attacks, but was best at fists. 2 years ago, at the Double Moon Festival Ball, Counselor Sun's son had said something similar. It seemed that whether it was the privileged class of the Federation or the privileged class of the anti-government army, they were very similar in this aspect. They knew how to make a man angry, but they forgot what the price of anger was. Counselor Sun's son paid with a few broken teeth and a face full of blood. What about this leader's son? Su Lu still quietly narrowed his eyes and looked at him. The story on the balcony of the reception party had already spread in the Federation. The men of Group 7 knew very well about the very complicated emotional entanglement between their manager and Green Dragon Mountain's Yi. Lan Xiaolong shrugged behind him, shook his head, and said faintly, "Brother, I am not a person who likes to stir up trouble, but if you can still tolerate this matter, I really can't stand it." As his voice fell under the ancient pine trees halfway up the cliff, a gust of wind blew in front of the screen wall. Su Lu raised his hand, grabbed Nan Mingxiu's throat, and directly pushed him against the screen wall, making a muffled sound. The anti-government army's special guards, who had been vigilantly protecting Nan Mingxiu, immediately took out their guns nervously and aimed at Su Li's back. However, immediately afterwards, a shadow blocked the muzzle of their guns. Apart from Xiong Linquan, who had a special gun permit and could carry guns at all times, the men of Group 7 all had their guns in the military vehicles and could not carry them with them. However, even so, they still had cold expressions, fearlessly blocking Su Li's back. In front of the muzzle of their guns, it was as if they did not care at all even if the muzzle of these soldiers' guns sprayed out. "Put down your guns." Lin Dohai saw this scene, and a chill rushed to his brain. He shouted loudly while blocking in front of those Green Dragon Mountain soldiers without any regard for his precious body. Those soldiers knew that this person was on good terms with the leader's son, so they subconsciously lowered the muzzle of their guns. Lin Dohai let out a sigh of relief. Although he hated Su Lu very much, he knew that if these soldiers were allowed to shoot Su Lu or Su Li's security personnel to death, or even injure them, if that old man from Philadelphia was angry, who in the Federation could withstand the old man's anger? Su Lu did not care about the muzzle of the guns behind him. This was the Lin family's territory. Even if Lin Dohai was extremely stupid, he would not let these anti-government soldiers open fire. Furthermore, Nan Mingxiu's throat was in his hands. These loyal and stupid anti-government soldiers would not dare to act rashly. He stared at Nan Mingxiu's flushed face, his eyes gradually showing fear, and said in a low voice, "You are right, Zhang Xiaoming is not my woman now. However, no matter who wants to be her man, I have to give the nod." Many people on the cliff heard this sentence and could not help but change their expressions. They thought that this young master was too King unreasonable. Even Lan Xiaolong, who claimed that he did not like to stir up trouble, but was actually stirring up trouble everywhere, could not help but be shocked speechless by this tyrannical and unreasonable sentence. "Cool, After hearing Su Li's announcement, Zhong Yanhua, who was hugging the cute raccoon head, opened her eyes wide and exclaimed softly. Chapter 365. When Lin Daohai brought out his status as the successor of the Lin family, it was quite convincing. After all, compared to the Green Dragon Mountain's anti-government army, the history of the 7 great families was more than twice as long. What was even more confusing was that the Green Dragon Mountain's bloodline, which overthrew the 7 great families as representatives of all evils, seemed to never lack dog-shit characters like Nan Mingxiu, who deeply envied and even faintly revered the 7 great families. I'm going to kill him. Nan Mingxiu listened to Lin Daohai's advice and suppressed his anger with great difficulty. He rubbed his aching neck and stared at the backs of the people disappearing on the stone path. His eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess as he rubbed his throat and said in a hoarse voice, probably because he often said these kinds of meaningless threats in Green Dragon Mountain, the soldiers of the anti-government army didn't show any strange expressions on their faces. The problem was that if this was Green Dragon Mountain, perhaps this leader could really kill someone. But in the capital city, even in the suburbs, he didn't have this kind of ability. Even the eagles of the mountains would have to hide in this kind of place, the tigers would have to lie down, and the giant serpents would have to coil up. The prosperous and developed S1 had this kind of ability that pervaded the air. It was probably because of this that the leader of Nanshui insisted on not taking a position in the Federation government and continued to stay in the barren Green Dragon Mountain. Nan Mingxiu was indeed very angry, but when he thought of the coldness in that young officer's narrowed eyes and the iron-like hand on his throat, his heart was filled with endless fear. Even his legs became a bit weak. You can't kill him. Lin Daohai looked at Nan Mingxiu with slight ridicule. For a moment, he forgot to pretend to respect this leader's son, probably because it was rare to find someone more useless than him. Right now you are Chairman Jin Jifan's secretary in name. Then you should be very clear who was Chairman Jin's number 2 person before. Lin Daohai patiently taught. The person you want to kill once directly charged into the 4 provinces and killed your number 2 person. If you force this kind of ruthless person into a corner, what good will it do you? Nan Mingxiu's body trembled as he looked at him in disbelief. After a long silence, he said in a trembling voice, "Didn't you say before the Federation is a society ruled by law, not Green Dragon Mountain, and we can't just randomly shout and kill?" "I'm not talking to you anymore," Lin Daohai said in annoyance. He thought to himself, "I've already told you that this brat has climbed up the mountain known as the Lees of Philadelphia. Why would he care about something like the Federation's laws?" This was probably the true opinion of the 7 great families and most of the upper echelons of the Federation towards Sulu, this young lieutenant colonel. Hidden within their forbearance was infinite vigilance and fear. Whether it was gloomy or fearful, Sulu didn't care. No matter what other people thought or felt about him, it wouldn't affect him. Being cursed behind his back wouldn't give him a headache, as long as he could ensure that the other party wouldn't hurt him and the people he cared about. The conflict between him and the leader's son seemed to be caused by Lin Daohai's sarcasm, Lan Xiaolong's not stirring up trouble, and this person's stupidity and arrogance, but only Sulu himself knew the truth. Just by looking at Nan Mingxiu, he thought of the girl holding his arm at the banquet. He thought of how this person had once revealed a naked desire of possession, wanting to eliminate some troubles for a certain girl in advance. Sulu didn't have the ability to see lightning like the old man of Philadelphia. Naturally, he didn't really expect to scare the arrogant and willful Nan Mingxiu into not daring to do anything. However, he believed that after he left, Lin Daohai would definitely tell the people of Green Dragon Mountain about his glorious deeds in order to hide his incompetence in his own territory. If those glorious deeds still couldn't wake Nen Mingxiu up, then it could only mean that this person was stupid to an incomprehensible degree. A person as stupid as this should have died a long time ago. It seemed that Macklin's death at his hands was still a secret. However, this secret couldn't be kept for too long, especially in a certain level of the Federation Society. In the number 1 courtyard of the Wood Valley, the subordinates sent by the 7th young master to serve Su Lu and his group reported everything that happened on the way to him. Li Xiaotong, with a cold face, saw that Su Li's expression seemed to be as usual. Only then did he feel relieved. He asked a few questions briefly and didn't mention it again. According to Mrs. Zhong's instructions, Zhong Huiyan went to take a nap full of excitement, but she didn't know if she could fall asleep. In this little girl's opinion, the fun brought by those crazy activities in the morning was far less fun than Brother Su Lu showing his small hand under the pine tree halfway up the cliff and saying those words. In the extremely spacious main courtyard, a simple lunch was in progress. The food was naturally exquisite, but the guests present were not too interested in it. Their main purpose today was to get close to the calculative 7th young master. There weren't many guests. After lunch, 6 or 7 middle-aged and young people intentionally or unintentionally surrounded Li Xiaotong. They looked at the authentic paintings in the number 1 courtyard of the Wood Valley and discussed in low voices. Although the backgrounds of these people were far inferior to the 7 great families, they had grown up in a cultural environment built by money since childhood. Their eyesight was not too bad, and their words were always exquisite. Li Xiaotong indifferently chatted with the guests, but from time to time, he glanced at Su Lu in the corner from the corner of his eyes. When he found that guy was still seriously eating the yellow cake with caviar, he couldn't help but smile slightly. During the lunch, he didn't introduce Su Li's identity. He didn't even deliberately talk to Su Lu in front of these guests. He just wanted to see what kind of attitude these guests would have before they knew Su Li's background. In some ways, the 7th young master of the Li family was more outstanding than his lifelong rival, Li Xiuzhu. Su Lu knew that the role he had to play today was a flag with a big Li written on it, although he admitted that his relationship with the Lis of Philadelphia was not as exaggerated as the rumors in the Federation. Since Li Xiaotong wanted to use the flag to scare people, he could only let him do it. Presumably, that old man wouldn't care about such a small matter. He was wearing a military uniform today and deliberately didn't wear epaulets, although it was somewhat against military regulations. If he didn't want to always be looked at in shock, there seemed to be no other way. It was also for this reason that the guests in the courtyard didn't recognize him. They just politely nodded with a sense of distance and walked away. While waiting for Li Qixiao to unfurl his flag, he quickly ate. Thinking that he still had to accompany Little Watermelon to the amusement park in the afternoon, he decided to eat his fill first. Otherwise, if his face really turned pale and he fainted next to the little girl, he was afraid that he would lose face again. He had already lost face many times today, and he was afraid that he would lose face again. Now that the taste buds on his tongue had gradually gotten used to the rich taste of the caviar, he didn't frown like he did in the H1 area. Li Wei had been quietly listening to Li Qixiao's circle. He didn't say a word, but he also didn't miss a single word. Su Lu noticed this, but he knew his character since he was young, so he didn't find it strange and didn't want to disturb him. The sun shone through the ancient trees above the courtyard, and it was very quiet. Su Lu ate his food quietly, but he didn't expect that a slightly chubby middle-aged man would suddenly find him. This middle-aged man introduced himself. His surname was Chung, and his name was Feng Shi. He was a researcher at the Darcy State Mechanical College. This person made a design that he was very proud of, but he couldn't find a sponsor to continue his research. Through some unknown means, he somehow managed to find an opportunity to enter the first courtyard of the Wood Valley. However, after staying in the first courtyard for a few hours, Chung Fengshe found that he couldn't find any opportunity to promote his research. He was somewhat dejected. He didn't know that the gloomy young man was the second successor of the Leaf family. He only knew that there were a lot of important people in the guests today, and people like him didn't have the opportunity to speak. After struggling for a while, Chung Fengshe was finally unwilling to give up. He had the thought of smashing a jar that had already been broken, so he set his eyes on Su Lu. In his opinion, this young officer who no one paid attention to was probably like him, who also came to the first courtyard for some unknown reason. Even if the other party didn't have money, it was always good to communicate and show off one's proud work. Micro-turbocharger system? A hydrogen-based turbocharger system? Su Lu held a handkerchief with the scent of osmanthus in one hand and wiped the remnants of caviar on his lips. His other hand was holding a few pieces of paper and looking at them. His voice was full of surprise. As an excellent mechanical engineer, he quickly saw the value of these few pages of paper. More importantly, the direction of Chung Fengshe's research seemed to be feasible. Yes, but what are you going to use for the oxidizer? Su Lu put down the handkerchief and asked doubtfully, "And I don't understand. The current standard output model used by the Federation has abandoned turbochargers for many years. Especially if you want to do miniaturization, how are you going to pass the material hurdle? Also, isn't the interference of the leaf suction in the design a bit too big?" Chung Fengshe was slightly stunned, but then he was overjoyed. He didn't think that the person he randomly found would be so knowledgeable. Although the question was simple, it hit the nail on the head. Although he still didn't have much hope for the project's financing, he was happy to have found a kindred spirit. Using his sweaty hands to flip through the few pages of paper, he vaguely explained. Su Lu scratched his head, thinking that this person's thinking was really sharp. It was just that his explanation was too poor. The more he listened, the more serious he became. After a while, he looked at Chung Fengshe and said, "The School of Mechanics didn't allocate any funds?" Chung Fengshe used his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He smiled bitterly and said, "The miniaturization of turbochargers is indeed good for the instantaneous power output of certain small equipment, but the cost-performance ratio is too low. There's no commercial future. Not to mention the school. I've been looking for investments in society for 2 years, but I haven't found anyone willing to invest." Su Li's eyes narrowed, then gradually brightened. Unlike Chung Fengshe's worries, he quickly remembered that there was one area in the world that didn't care about cost-performance ratio. That was high-end weapons used to kill people, such as mechas. At this time, Li Xiaotong and the other guests were casually talking about calligraphy and painting. No one noticed that in the corner of the courtyard, Su Lu and this middle-aged man were seriously discussing mechanical matters. "Do you need money?" Su Lu looked at the time. The little girl's afternoon nap should be ending soon, so he asked Chung Fengshe. Chung Fengshe nodded honestly and helplessly. "It's a lot of money." Chapter 366. To be able to walk such a stable and successful business path and come into contact with existences at the level of the 7 great families, which of the guests in the room was not a character that had cultivated into a spirit. Suddenly hearing Li Xiaodong's name from the courtyard, everyone looked back. There were many different expressions on their faces. Some were shocked, some were frowning, and some were secretly pondering. Under all the different expressions, there was a common trace of pity. How many people dared to call the 7th young master by his name? Everyone understood that they had misjudged the young officer in the courtyard. Li Xiaotong slightly frowned, walked out of the room, and came to the courtyard that was full of sunlight and mottled shadows. He looked at the slightly chubby middle-aged man beside Su Lu and tilted his head, thinking that he did not seem to know this person. A subordinate leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear. And then he showed a look of understanding, because he was worried that Su Lu, this rock, would not be able to adapt to the atmosphere of today's gathering. He let his subordinates casually choose 2 researchers who were looking for investment. He thought that Su Lu was a genius engineer and would naturally have more in common with this kind of person. Li Xiaotong was very talented in investing money, but he really did not expect that mechanical engineering was actually divided into many categories. Looking at Su Lu standing beside the middle-aged man and flipping through a few pieces of paper, Li Xiaotong could not help but feel a trace of interest. Could it be that this middle-aged man had successfully convinced him? What's the matter? Li Xiaotong walked over. I think this project is very interesting and worth investing some money. Su Lu looked at him and said, look at his materials first, but it's a bit messy. How can I not trust your judgment in this aspect? Li Xiaotong said, I won't understand even if you show it to me. Since you say it's interesting, then it really means it. How much do you want to invest? Su Lu smiled, turned to Cheng Fengshe, and asked, how much is the budget for your research? Cheng Fengshe nervously looked at Li Xiaotong, very nervously and apologetically extended 2 fingers, and said in a low voice, the initial 200 million. Li Xiaotong was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the investment would be so high at the beginning. It should be known that the funds he could freely use now were less than 1 billion. He couldn't help but look at Su Lu inquiringly. Looking at Li Xiaotong's inquiring eyes, Cheng Fengshe's confidence, which he thought was unreasonable, suddenly disappeared. In the past few years, there had always been investors who could see the prospects of this project, but at the same time, they could see that there was no way to do business, so they all coldly refused. Was it going to happen again today? To his surprise, after he reported a budget of 200 million with great difficulty, Su Lu lowered his head and thought for a while. Then he shook his head and said, 200 million is not enough. We need at least 300 million. Su Lu had learned a lot from Professor Shin in the Husk Institute. He had also dabbled in the material science aspects of the database index tree. In addition to his experience in the Harbor City Industrial Park last year, Su Lu had some understanding of the process and the general budget of a research and development project. Such a miniaturized turbocharging project seemed to be very inconspicuous, but to overcome the obstacles in between, it was absolutely impossible to spend less money. From 200 million to 300 million, Li Xiaotong, who was originally hesitant, no longer hesitated. At least, it didn't show on his face at all. In just 0.2 seconds, he smiled and said, okay. This word was very simple, but the 6 guests who silently watched this scene under the stone steps of the courtyard felt very complicated. They watched calmly and steadily and didn't rush to do or say anything at this time. They secretly planned for what would happen later, such as how to make up for the previous neglect, how to smile, and how to get to know each other without leaving a trace. Directly calling the 7th young master's name and casually asking the 7th young master to pay 300 million. For them, 300 million wasn't a lot, and it wasn't scary. What was scary was the attitude the 7th young master showed through this matter. The 3 people whispered a few words, and Cheng Fengshe's face was full of excitement. As for whether they would use private funds to invest in the Darcy School of Mechanical Engineering or set up an independent research and development department, there would naturally be professionals to discuss with him. If there are any technical problems, I'll introduce someone to you. I believe her practical experience in this area will inspire you. Su Lu thought for a bit, wrote down Shang Qiu's contact information on a piece of paper, and handed it over. When he was about to say something, the phone in his military uniform started to vibrate. When he took out his phone, His expression suddenly became a bit weird. His fingers that pressed the call button were a bit stiff. When he heard the voice from the phone, he nodded his head. Silence reigned in the serene and elegant courtyard. Li Xiaotong frowned. He knew very well that although Su Lu was a kind person, he was definitely not docile. He didn't know who was on the other end of the phone, but he was actually able to turn him into a nodding bug. Seeing Su Lu take the phone and walk out of the courtyard, the guests in the courtyard were all guessing the identity of this officer. Occasionally, some people would think of a person that the federal military had been purposely cultivating recently, but because there had never been any rumors of that person being close to the Li family, they didn't dare to confirm. Only Cheng Fengshi's attention was all on that piece of paper. He didn't notice Su Lu leaving at all. He stared blankly at the two words Shangqiu and the extremely detailed personal contact information. He couldn't believe his eyes. Shangqiu, the first-level technical supervisor of the Nutshell Engineering Department, the genius who designed the MX Mecha? Then, could this officer be that other person? When he thought of this, he was so shocked that he didn't have time to feel respect, but he was already in awe. The air in the courtyard was filled with an undercurrent of speculation and shock. The seventh young master of the Li family smiled slightly, and the dark aura around him faded slightly. He looked at the guests and said, "Don't be curious as to why I value his opinion so much. He can even set the standards for the MX Mecha. Within the Federation, there are probably not many people who don't believe in his judgment. If you don't believe me, you can ask Li Wei. They are good friends." Li Xiaotong added lightly at the end. His words confirmed Cheng Fengshi's shock and the disbelief of the crowd. Li Wei, who had been standing silently outside the circle, smiled somewhat embarrassedly at Li Xiaotong. He knew that the other was helping him, but until now, he still hadn't gotten used to the fact that Su Lu had become some sort of influence that could be borrowed. Outside the courtyard, some things always need to be done more professionally. You are a person who keeps his promises, and to carry out your promises, you need to be more careful, cautious, and persevering. The calm voice of the Federation's Minister of Defense, Zhou Yingxing, came from the other end of the phone. There was no purposeful so-called power in his voice, just like a scholar speaking slowly. Su Lu lowered his head and acknowledged. Although his relationship with the Zhou family had become extremely close, it was rare for him to receive a call from Minister Zhou. Minister Zhou's words on the phone were very subtle, but he understood that the so-called focus, attention, and caution referred to everything related to taking the blame. Because of some sort of tacit agreement in the rain at the Milky Way Public Cemetery, this big boss of the West Mountain Courtyard had already taken the blame for Su Lu many times in private during the scene at the Four Prefectures Peace and Reconstruction Charity Banquet. Although the people who met on the balcony were ex-lovers, since Su Lu was already a scapegoat, his appearance would always make the Minister of Defense lose a lot of face. After all, he was nominally Zhou Liu's father. At this time, the sun was moving west, but it was far from dusk. Zhou Yingxing's phone call wasn't an accusation, but to Su Lu, it was a very serious reminder. Under such circumstances, he could only nod and agree. After the phone call, Su Lu sighed softly. Suddenly, he thought of the shout in the courtyard and suddenly fell silent. That subconscious shout was to help Li Xiaotong raise the flag. But was it not because he was intoxicated with the feeling of relying on the Li family to become a big shot in the end? It was like that at the banquet. And it was also like that today in the Wood Valley. And this seemed to be a very bad trend. In the silence, in the autumn forest burning under the sun, a girl quietly appeared. This girl had a head of thick black hair, slightly curled up at the ends of the hair over her ears, paired with a pair of quiet and gentle eyes. She was very beautiful. Su Lu was slightly startled and bowed his head to greet the other party. The children of the 7 major families, who had always been mysterious, often appeared in front of him so easily. On second thought, the relationship between the Nan family and the Lin family was not shallow, and the Wood Valley Manor itself was a place for these families to socialize, so he felt relieved. Nan Xiangmei looked at Sulu and smiled gently, hiding the surprise and shyness in her eyes. She walked in front of him and quietly said, "Hello, should I call you Su Gong or Lieutenant Colonel Su?" Sulu smiled and said, "Just call me Sulu." They had met by chance on the high-speed rail to Hong Kong, and they had exchanged a few words at a cocktail party. He was still unfamiliar with this beautiful girl, but deep in his heart, he had a very good impression of her. Even in his dreams, there was a trace of beauty floating faintly in his mind. Sulu was about to ask if she came with Lin Daohai, when suddenly there was a hurried voice from behind the forest. It seemed to be a middle-aged woman. Sulu was slightly startled, and Nan Xiangmei said apologetically, "The mama at home is calling. Maybe the elders are bored playing cards and want to talk with me." The 7 daughters of the 7 major families said such words to an unfamiliar opposite sex. It seemed a bit too intimate. Sulu was slightly startled and said, "Then I won't disturb you." When Nan Xiangmei was about to leave, she suddenly clenched her hands on the side of the dark blue overalls, lowered her head, and asked in a trembling voice, "I heard that the military is sending more troops to the Westwoods. Are you going too?" "Maybe, but I'm not sure yet. It depends on what the ministry wants." Sulu didn't explain in detail, because he was a little surprised that this young lady would care about his affairs. There was a trace of panic and a trace of complex emotions in Nan Xiangmei's quiet eyes. Suddenly she lowered her voice and said, "The Westwoods is very dangerous. You have to take care." "Thank you." Sulu was still puzzled, but he felt warm in his heart, so he seriously replied. Nan Xiangmei took a deep breath, suddenly raised her head, looked at him bravely, and said as calmly as possible with a smile, "Maybe you think it's ridiculous, but I have to tell you something." "What?" "I like you." After saying this sentence, Nan Xiangmei, whose cheeks were slightly red, lowered her head and ran away like a frightened deer, leaving Sulu in the forest. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. It was more than absurd, more than absurd. It was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. Although it didn't really kill Sulu, it shocked him so much that he was speechless. His brain was filled with the question of who am I that had nothing to do with philosophy, because his logical thinking ability made him firmly refuse to believe that those 4 words were directed at him. He had experienced many soul-stirring events in his life, great joy and great sorrow and great joy mixed with the vicissitudes of life. Those events were even more terrifying and shocking than the words he heard in the autumn forest in the Wood Valley today, but it was extremely difficult for them to move him as much as they did today, because he didn't understand why this quiet and beautiful daughter of an aristocratic family, whom he had only met twice, would, for no reason at all, use such simple yet extremely destructive words to attack him. "I like you?" It was like going to the distribution station to buy protein meat, but the Bureau of Proclamation official told you that wild beef was on sale today. The black market butcher behind him was beaming with joy as he hooked his arm around the HTD Bureau detective's shoulder. It was like the Federal Central Computer suddenly turned into a naked beauty, doing an S3-style hip dance in front of you for Sulu, who often chatted with the old guy. Even if the latter thing really happened, he might have enough psychological capacity to bear it. But Nan Xiangmei's sudden confession shocked him to the core. He was so shocked that his hair stood up, and his general's hat was about to be lifted up. He didn't know that after leaving Harbor City, Nan Xiangmei, who had left her marriage contract, had tied her first budding feelings of a young girl to that ordinary engineer who she had met by chance in the carriage and met again unexpectedly in Harbor City. He didn't know that Nan Xiangmei had been quietly inquiring about him for more than a year. She silently and nervously watched him change from a nutshell engineer to a guy who shocked many people in the Federation. That beautiful daughter of an aristocratic family even got his contact information from Li Xiaotong, but she didn't have the courage to contact him. Instead, she took advantage of the fact that Li Xiaotong was treating her family to a meal and encouraged her family to come to the Wood Valley Manor for the New Year festival. She stayed in the woods for a long time just for a chance encounter. However, even if he knew this, Su Lu still turned into an ice sculpture. He stiffly looked at the back of the girl, who disappeared into the woods, and couldn't say a word. Love at first sight. He admitted that he didn't have the peerless appearance of Mr. Shi and Li Xiuzhu. He didn't have the gentle and kind temperament of Zhou Yu, and he didn't even have the quiet and strange temperament of Bai Yulan. He was just an ordinary person. How could he make a girl like him? And that girl was the daughter of the Nan Xiangmei family. Who am I? I'm Su Lu. I'm not handsome, and the interesting part of my personality has long been hidden by my boring stone appearance. Since childhood, I looked up at the starless sky and the TV in the pub. I liked the high and mighty purple-haired girl, but the two of them were separated by who knows how many light years. Later, I liked a girl who wore black-rimmed glasses, but the ending was not beautiful. In the matter of men and women, this stone of Donglin only knows how to look up, be silent, give, sacrifice, and be abandoned. It seems that it will be like this forever. However, this scene in the woods reminded him of Professor Shun's words, which were, "There is no reason in the universe." Why is the last part so stressful? There are only 2,000 words tomorrow. I'm going crazy in Baotou. Don't worry. It's still the same old words. After I'm done, I'll open up the invincible mode again. I'm in a hurry to go online and update. When I'm forced into a dead end, I actually learned to use my laptop to go online with my mobile phone. It's just that my poor and precious data. Damn. The second half of the sentence above is deleted. How can you open the special zone, but it can't be transmitted even after half an hour? This is a portable USB drive that I asked my mothering Luo to bring back from the office. Chapter 367. Relationships were just like quantum physics. There was no universal truth that could be applied to all things in the world. If there is a real reason for liking or not liking, a mother-in-law doesn't need a wooden stick to break up a couple. Just a computer is enough. The famous Federation's broken family member, Lin Banshan, boarded the high-speed train halfway and broke the marriage alliance between the Lin family and the Nan family. From that moment on, Nan Xiangmei, who had no choice but to accept everything arranged by her family, was like a goldfish in a broken fish tank, a fledgling in a broken net. She suddenly found that she had obtained a rare freedom, and saw the possibility of a blue sea and a blue sky under the girl's beautiful and quiet face. Who knows how many waves were raised? At that time, a hole was opened in her pink heart, but there was no one to fill it. At that time, Su Lu sat next to her and gave her a very good first impression. This kind of good impression was also false. It was just sincere and honest. However, just like a newborn baby beast, it was used to recognizing the first person it saw as its closest parent. When a young girl was allowed to freely fall in love for the first time, the first man she saw that she had a good impression of would naturally leave a very deep impression on her. If this continues, it will just be a spring dream, a memory of old age with a smile and a faint self-deprecating smile. Since then, Su Lu did not disappear from Nan Xiangmei's life. Instead, with a decisive attitude, he became a character often mentioned in the social circle of the 7 great families. Nan Xiangmei was endlessly curious about him. How could such a small character with no background make so many people of the Li family, Lin family, and Nan family unable to forget? So she paid attention, inquired, and silently watched. She knew a lot of Su Li's stories, including the story between him and Zhang Xiaoming. These stories actually have the power to move girls. It's just that Su Lu himself didn't know. If Nan Xiangmei and Su Lu met often, perhaps these faint feelings would gradually fade away. It was just the initial trace of good feelings. As the daughter of the Nan Xiangmei who had read countless books, she definitely wouldn't be so naive to mistake that trace of good feelings for true love. Unfortunately, she didn't see it, so Nan Xiangmei could add her own imagination to Su Li's story. And imagination is often beautiful, the most unforgettable first meeting, the reason for not meeting again. The beautiful girl was used to silently asking about the small-eyed engineer. Gradually, she was peacefully and happily immersed in this habit because she did not know that all feelings were actually just habits. After silently smoking a cigarette in the woods, Su Lu was still in a daze. Nan Xiangmei took the initiative to reveal her inner thoughts to an unfamiliar member of the opposite sex. What kind of courage and boldness was this? He didn't think about that for the time being. He just felt that what happened just now was a very experimental drama. The main thing was that it happened too suddenly. The two of them were too unfamiliar with each other, and he wasn't mentally prepared. Nan Xiangmei was worried that he would go to the battlefield in the West Woods, so she bravely expressed her feelings. But in the environment of the three words, too, Su Lu only felt that there was a sudden clap of thunder in the silence. He was looking for a poem among the blades, but it turned out to be a pear blossom body. Note, Lihua University's famous segmented poem style in the Faculty of Arts. Let me break it. After washing his face in the mountain spring that was deliberately attracted, the cold spring water splashed on his slightly hot cheeks. Su Lu realized that he couldn't help but feel excited and slightly proud after all. He was a poor man who only knew how to play, with unrequited love and bitter love all his life. Suddenly, he became the target of someone's unrequited love, and that girl was the kind that he had a good impression of. Any man would probably have this kind of emotional reaction, right? Looking at the time, he was surprised to find that it was already past the agreed time with Little Watermelon. Thinking of the little girl's anxious look, he called Lan Xiaolong and asked Team 7 to protect Little Watermelon while he walked out of the forest through the stone path. The cliff was directly next to the elevator. The ancient pine wall was on one side, but the blazing autumn sun was on the other side. The air was filled with a sultry and exciting feeling. In the Wood Valley Manor, those aristocratic families who were enjoying their early autumn vacation probably weren't in the mood to walk under such sunlight. Su Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He couldn't help but guess which courtyard Nan Xiang's family was in. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a staff member in a black uniform by the cliff elevator. His body stiffened slightly under such a scorching sun. The staff member was still wearing a hat with a front brim. The shadow of the brim covered his face by about 80%, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. The key problem that made Su Lu squint silently was that when he walked out of the screen wall, the staff member's right shoulder clearly moved slightly. Then he stayed as still as before and stood silently by the console. In such a dry and hot environment, if the staff member had remained motionless, Su Lu would only sigh that the service staff trained by the aristocratic families were indeed of high quality. However, the staff member had been standing still as before. Yet, at the moment when Su Lu came out, his right shoulder moved slightly. Although this slight movement was subtle, it couldn't escape Su Li's sharp eyes. He looked down from the corner of his eye and found that the staff member was respectfully standing with his hands behind his back. So, he couldn't be sure if the staff member was holding anything in his hand, such as a gun. Su Lu wasn't paranoid. Logically speaking, in a place like Wood Valley, it was absolutely impossible to assassinate someone. However, He was a person who paid great attention to details. Once all the details couldn't be calculated clearly, they would turn into intuition. He intuitively felt that there was something wrong with this person. If there was something wrong with this staff member hiding in the dark, then what was the problem? Obviously, he wasn't here to kill him. Sulu thought silently, but the burning power in his body had begun to quietly pour into his body. According to the original plan, he and Little Watermelon should have taken this elevator to the amusement park at the foot of the mountain. Could it be that the staff member wanted to deal with the Zhong family? Seeing that he was here alone, he gave up on the attack at the last minute? It's really hot today. Sulu shook his head and walked towards the staff member, at such a close distance. If the staff member was really a professional assassin, he had no confidence that he could dodge his shot. However, Little Watermelon was about to arrive. However, the staff member's style of doing things was extremely clean and efficient, to the point that it was chilling. When he found that Sulu was walking towards him, he didn't casually exchange a few words with Sulu as most people would expect. Instead, he directly took out his hand from behind his back. Unsurprisingly, a pistol appeared in his wide bronze palm. It was a silver-black, large-caliber, single-shot pistol that looked extremely cold. Chapter 368. The gunman's action of raising the gun was very natural and smooth. It was even very beautiful, as if he had practiced it countless times. People who saw this scene would even completely ignore what he was holding in his hand. The crisp and slightly rough gunshot rang out under the blazing hot afternoon under the ancient pine trees on the cliff. A high-speed bullet shot out of the black barrel coldly towards Sulu's chest. Sulu was not shocked by the gunman's posture when he pulled out the gun, because he did not see it at all. When the gunman's right shoulder moved, the muscles on his left leg instantly entangled like silk and burst out with a great force. It shook his body to the right and fiercely rushed towards the gunman's body. On the cliff, on the ancient pine trees, and on the screen wall, the small-eyed man was like a gray dragon. His body trembled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed 3 meters. As long as Sulu was close to the body, there were not many people in this universe who could effectively counterattack. This was a fact that had been proven by countless iron-blooded facts. It was very obvious that the assassin disguised as a staff member of the Lin family also knew this very well. So when the gunshot rang out, it was 3 consecutive shots. The first bullet brushed past the tiger-like Sulu's body and shot into the screen wall with a whoosh. The gunman's wrist turned slightly between breaths, and he fired 2 shots in succession with great precision and great prediction. The invisible trajectory of the bullets in the air was like an extremely precise network that sealed the space in front of the gunman. The gunman's heart, eyes, and eyes cooperated with each other without any need for time. It was completely based on some kind of instinct formed by countless aiming shots. In just an instant, 3 shots were fired consecutively. Where the gunman's eyes aimed, the whistling bullets dragged the shadow of death as they shot towards the target. This kind of marksmanship was very good, very good. It had already reached a certain level, a level that made people want to slap the table and praise it. Since childhood, Sulu had been practicing those 10 postures tirelessly day and night. That was why he was able to turn the skills that the uncle taught him into an instinct of his body. When facing a strong opponent, he didn't need to think, and he could let his body instinctively choose the most suitable way to deal with the opponent, as well as the sharpest attack method and angle. This person was the same, but he used a gun. The situation was very dangerous, no matter how fast Sulu's movements were. Even if he was about to turn into an afterimage, he was still not as fast as the shifting of his gaze. This was the so-called a glance of 10,000 miles. What was terrifying was that this assassin was able to display this ability through his powerful spear skills. No matter how strong he was, after the muscles in his body were bundled together, his resistance was as hard as a rock. However, he could not resist the bullets fired from such a large caliber pistol. He was walking on the road to becoming the best machine, but he could never really become an ice-cold alloy machine. 3 clear and continuous gunshots rang out at the same time, one shot into the wood, one shot into the sky. The sound was like the blood cry of a cold bird. The sound was heart-wrenching and tear-jerking. The last bullet seemed to be fired in a scattered manner, but it was the most sinister and terrifying. Sulu let out a muffled groan. Relying on the enormous strength in his body, his ankle moved horizontally, his body forcefully falling to the right, a bright flower of blood spurting out from his shoulder. His knee fiercely smashed into the ground, and a burst of heart-wrenching pain suppressed the pain in his shoulder. Su Li's face suddenly paled, and his eyes suddenly lit up, before the pain could completely appear in his brain, and while the flower of blood was still spurting out from his shoulder, he once again rushed up. The seemingly thin young officer's body actually contained a terrifying amount of strength. There was a burst of extremely strange, high-frequency trembling, and the military uniform on his body rustled. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, he used the vibration between his knee and the hard mountain rock to bounce up and once again pounce toward the gunman. The knuckles in his right fist slightly protruded, transforming into a stream of light that smashed toward the other's earlobe. At this distance, this gunman with astonishing marksmanship once again opened fire. Sulu would not be able to dodge, but the gunman certainly would not be able to dodge Su Li's punch that contained the power to kill. It seemed like a method of ending in the same end, a method of fighting to be the first to face off on a narrow path. But in reality, Sulu had already calculated the result in his heart. It was impossible for the gunman's gun barrel to aim at his head in this instant. Being shot in the body, as long as it was not the heart, Sulu believed that with his monstrous body, tenacious life force, and Bulsh *T luck that was like the last spaceship of the catastrophe, he should not die like this. Furthermore, the other party had received his punch. No matter how valiant the gunman was, he could only end up with his head exploding like a watermelon, dying on the spot. Therefore, this was not a mutual destruction, but using his own heavy injuries to exchange for the other's life. Sulu had to do this in order to force the other party to have the intention to retreat. There was a gap in the gunshot because he had a feeling that although this gunman was a professional, he did not seem to be the type of professional assassin who was unafraid of death under the glory of the charter. It had to be known that in a social environment like the Federation, the business of assassination could only be done once, and the other party seemed to have some kind of wild ambition to survive from the very beginning. If he wanted to live, this gunman had to retreat. Sulu firmly believed that, at this moment, if the other party hurriedly withdrew his gun, he would definitely be able to keep him. However, he did not expect that the gunman would withdraw his gun earlier than he expected. At the same time the third shot was fired, the moment Sulu erupted, the gunman let out a muffled groan, allowing the pistol to slip from his wide palm. He turned around and left. This was because his wrist had been pierced by a small knife that had flown from outer space. Blood gradually flowed out, making the small knife look even more delicate. Because of this sudden change, the time the gunman abandoned his gun and turned around to leave was an instant ahead of Su Li's prediction. So, when he attacked with the wind, he only had time to use the right side of his trembling body to touch the side of the gunman's body. However, Su Li's full-powered strike, even though it only brushed past the gunman, still gushed out with a huge force. With a few cracking sounds, it broke one of the gunman's ribs. Under the shadow of the hat, The gunman's face was still completely covered. His lower jaw was deathly white. However, even though he had suffered such a heavy injury, he only let out a muffled grunt before falling silent. Instead, he valiantly borrowed Su Li's force to increase his pace as he ran toward the autumn forest. In front of the autumn forest, he encountered a delicate man. The delicate blade flashed twice by the autumn forest, and a fierce collision sound rang out. The gunman's thigh had been pierced by the delicate man's military knife, but in the end, he still bravely charged into the autumn forest. On the fallen leaves, the bloodstains suddenly disappeared. No one knew where they had gone. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he looked into the depths of the forest. He turned back to look at Bai Yulan, whose right hand was trembling slightly. His heart was filled with infinite shock. This gunman not only had terrifying marksmanship, he was also so fierce in close combat. Su Lu knew very well how dangerous Bai Yulan was. Those souls that had died under Bai Yulan's delicate knife were even more clear. Su Lu also knew the lethality of his own body. In just a few breaths' time, the gunman had been heavily injured by Su Li's headbutt and had also been injured by Yulan's treacherous sneak attack. Even so, the gunman had still managed to escape. He won't be able to escape from the Wood Valley. Bai Yulan lowered her head. Her pale face gradually recovered as she spoke softly. With such a heavy injury, can he still disguise himself as a normal person and walk out? Su Lu didn't ask the delicate man beside him how long he had been following him. Perhaps after Bai Yulan was discharged from the hospital, he had been secretly responsible for his safety. Many things had happened in the past, so he let them go with the knife in his back and today's delicate knife. Normal people can't, but this person definitely can. Bai Yulan's slightly wet black hair fell between her brows. He had thrown out a life-saving knife, which had pierced through the gunman's wrist, and then used a military knife to stab the gunman's thigh. It was just a short exchange, but it had already exhausted his mental and physical strength. Unfortunately, the last stab had brushed past the gunman's aorta. The delicate knife and military knife had both pierced the gunman's body, but the gunman had still managed to escape. Bai Yulan's eyes drooped slightly. Looking at her empty hands, a faint sense of loss arose in her heart. The gunshot had alarmed many people. How could Su Lu be worried about little Watermelon's safety? He knew that the Lin family would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. At this time, he didn't know how many people were looking for the gunman. Thinking of the gunman's extremely sharp and stunning 3 shots, as well as his valiant close combat escapability, even he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Professional but not professional, tenacious but silent, Su Lu and Bai Yulan looked at each other. They could see the shock and doubt in each other's eyes. Both of them thought at the same time that only the military could cultivate such a terrifying person. Today, Wood Valley was filled with distinguished guests. The Lin family, the Li family, the Nan family, the Federation's 7 great families that rarely appeared in public. 3 of them had actually chosen this place as their first choice for a holiday. It was precisely because of this that even though there was a shocking shooting in the manor, there was still no police report. The people in the 3 courtyards waited silently and calmly. The Lin family security team, on the other hand, began to search the entire manor with ashen faces. Who dares to kill you? Who can hurt you? Li Xiaodong's gloomy face had already turned into shock. He stared at the wound on Su Li's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Today, Su Lu was personally chosen by the old man, and the federal military focused on training him. Although he had a close relationship with the old man, if something happened to Su Lu today, it would be very difficult for him to explain to the Federation." The men from Group 7 had the same expression as him. They had directly received the military order from the Ministry of Defense to protect Sulu. In the end, Sulu had been shot right under their noses and had almost been in big trouble. That is an amazing master. Not only is his marksmanship good, but his skills are also very good. Sulu was very serious and did not exaggerate his evaluation of the gunman. Hearing the words marksmanship good, Xiong Linquan narrowed his eyes and revealed a trace of coldness. However, because of the words of the delicate man behind him, it turned into shock. Bai Yulan, who was leaning against the wall, whispered softly, "That person's marksmanship is much better than Xiong Zi's." Sulu glanced at Brother Zeng, who had finally appeared behind Li Xiaotong, and said, "That person's close combat skills should be only a little worse than Brother Zeng's." Li Xiaotong's expression finally changed. He said faintly, "The Federation strictly controls firearms. Although there are definitely some on the black market, generally, people on the black market are not willing to sell to killers. The killers in the Federation are all one-off transactions. Therefore, they are not willing to let the government investigate them. I think that the gun you got should be from the front line of the Westwoods. It might even be an Empire product. Don't expect to find anything like this. If he really can escape from Wood Valley at this time, unless we immediately apply to the Bureau of Proclamation, no one will be able to find the mastermind if he escapes to Bermuda." Chapter 369. Sulu was sitting on a flat bed that was half the height of a person. At this moment, when he raised his head, his previously silent and slightly shaken body suddenly straightened up. He opened his eyes. Although he was not sleepy, he did not have much energy, so he directly came to a conclusion. However, his normal tone of voice made the people around him unable to raise too many doubts. He tapped the ash on the black stone ashtray beside him. He used 2 fingers to hold the slightly hot cigarette and took a deep puff. Li Xiaotong naturally smoked the best quality tobacco to entertain him. However, when he was thinking, he still habitually smoked a blue box of brand 37 cigarettes. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, and for him, it was not difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. After all, as an orphan who did not have much experience with extravagance during his childhood, Sulu was still more used to the slightly dry and coarse taste of brand 37 cigarettes. This might have something to do with his love for the past to a certain extent. Brand 37 cigarettes were neither expensive nor cheap. The price was moderate. If an engineer held a cigarette in his hand and stared at the design blueprint on the workbench, people would feel that it was very natural and very compatible. However, if the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation held a cigarette and acted like he was thinking, people would easily feel that this person was too pretentious. Not to mention the allowance from the Ministry of Defense, the benefits of the military would make any lieutenant colonel feel that smoking this kind of cigarette was very degrading. However, Sulu just sipped and smoked like this, just like how he smoked and chatted with Shi Qinghai behind the iron gate of Yue University 3 years ago. It was very natural, just like how he gave his own judgment without any reason at this moment. He sat cross-legged on the bed, like a Bermuda specialty charlatan, but it was hard for people to feel suspicious or shocked. He's in the 6th courtyard. He's preparing to sneak out with the people inside. Sulu narrowed his eyes and whispered in the smoke-filled room, which made the atmosphere around him even weirder. Only he knew where his confidence came from. The Federation government probably would not apply to the Bureau of Proclamation any faster than he did now. During the moment when he closed his eyes and meditated, he had already confirmed the identity of the gunman through the old guy in the Bureau of Proclamation, and started to track that person's location in real time. At this moment, he was not talking about the old man in Philadelphia, but Sulu, with the full cooperation of the Federal Central Computer, no matter how powerful the person was, he would not be able to escape from his eyes. Lin Dohai and the people from Green Dragon Mountain are in that courtyard. Li Xiaodong's face was a little gloomy as he reminded him. Su Lu stubbed out the cigarette in the cold stone ashtray, nodded, got up, and walked out of the courtyard. Bai Yulan lowered her head and followed closely behind him, followed by the gloomy men in the 7th courtyard, the young lady of the Zhong family, who had no choice but to stop the tour, was obviously more mature than the average young girl. She did not yell or make a scene, but carefully observed the strange expressions of Su Lu and the adults. She quietly held the slightly old doll in her arms and followed behind the crowd. Su Lu was worried that leaving her in the 1st courtyard would give some people an opportunity to take advantage of her, so he simply took her with him and gave the men in the 7th courtyard a death order. He was not worried about the little girl's safety. Instead, when he walked in the gloomy forest in the afternoon, he thought of the Prime Minister Nan's family, who was also on vacation in the Wood Valley Manor, and the beautiful and shy girl. You mean to say that the gunman is among the people behind me? Lin Dohai, who was wearing a light brown hemp suit, frowned deeply. He wanted to show a trace of depth that didn't match his shrewdness. He looked at Su Lu, who was in front of him, and said mockingly, "What a stupid judgment. Wood Valley is the property of the Lin family. I admit that I hate you, and young master Nen must not have a good impression of you either. But I will not do such a thing in this courtyard." Lin Dohai slightly raised his chin and said disdainfully, "We just had a conflict at noon. Do you think I will be stupid enough to immediately send someone to kill you? It is obvious that someone wants to take this opportunity to stir up trouble. As an engineer, can you please use your brain more? Other than mechanical things, you should also learn a little bit of the ways of the world." Lin Dohai's explanation was very reasonable. Although the children of the 7 great families were arrogant and stupid, the education they received since childhood prevented them from doing such stupid things that would only bring endless trouble to their families. Su Lu lowered his head and listened quietly. He did not say anything to refute. He did not even look at the bodyguards behind Lin Dohai and Nan Mingxiu, because he was sure that the powerful gunman was there among the security team of the Lin family. Also for safety, he did not look at the gunman. He glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, and his heart was filled with infinite shock. This person's ribs were broken by him, and he was stabbed twice by Bai Yulan. This person could still hold on until now. There was not a trace of blood on his body, and he could walk as usual. He even tried to sneak out of the manor through the Lin family. This kind of determination and means was either extremely arrogant or extremely crazy. Because he did not know if the gunman still had a gun in his hand, Su Lu lowered his eyes and did not want to take the risk. But he also did not want to let such a dangerous person, who was determined to assassinate little Watermelon, escape from under his nose. "Your people don't represent what you think," Li Xiaotong, who was cold all over, suddenly interrupted. "Dohai, your analysis is very reasonable, but maybe some people are just like us, so they deliberately want to take advantage of this loophole." Regarding the fixed mindset in the corner of the manor where the situation was very tense, there was no need to have too deep a discussion. But the sudden interruption of the 7th young master of the Li family was more worthy of everyone's consideration. Among the 7 families of the Federation, the Li and Lin families had always been on good terms. At this time, Li Xiaotong did not hesitate to stand on Su Li's side. To put it bluntly, this outstanding person, who had always been seeking the inheritance of the Li family, was also taking a big gamble. It was just to see how much he would get in the end. After the 7th young master of the Li family spoke, Lin Dohai was slightly stunned. His face became extremely ugly, and he looked at him with a cold gaze. Then he immediately looked at Su Lu and said with a cold smile, "I have so many people on my side. Do you want to check them one by one? According to what you said, he was stabbed in the thigh by your people. Do you want all of us to take off our pants for you to see?" "Fuck. Do you want me to take off my pants for you to see?" Lin Dohai angrily cursed. "I didn't say I wanted to take off my pants." Sulu lowered his head and looked at the tips of his military boots that were constantly stepping on the bumpy ground. He said, "But you have to give me time to check." Bai Yulan was behind him, blocking in front of Zhong Yen. The black hair on his forehead covered most of his cold eyes. He carefully checked the bodyguards for a long time, but still couldn't find who that person was. He didn't know where Su Li's confidence came from, because he already had a plan in mind. Su Lu didn't say the fact that the gunman's palm was injured. Out of the corner of his eyes, he looked at the security personnel wearing gray overalls behind Lin Dohai. One of his hands pressed on the sound receiver in his ear. "Move out of the way. Master Nan, and I don't have time to play this game with you." Lin Dohai lightly waved his finger. The security personnel of the Lin family and the special guards of Green Dragon Mountain prepared to open the way. Su Lu raised his head and looked at the armed personnel in front of him. His eyebrows gradually rose like flying knives. He said, "Seriously, I know you're inside. If I forcefully take care of you now, there are too many people here. There may be accidental injuries. If you just want to kill me, I may let you go with the others. Then I'll follow your shadow and kill you." In the quiet woods of the Wood Valley Manor, the people on the road heard this and suddenly felt a chill. Those who knew of Su Li's violent deeds, such as Lin Dohai and Nan Mingxiu, felt a layer of ice form on their hearts. But the rest of the people heard the certainty and persistence in these words. "Unless you kill me first, in the current Federation, it's too easy for me to kill someone." Sulu looked at the people on the road and said, "But I can't let you go today, because the person you want to kill is a little girl and a little friend that I cherish very much. You're also an expert. You're clearly someone from the military. You actually came up with such a crazy plan. I can't let you go. Sulu, you blocked my way. You said that my people want to kill you or kill someone. I don't care. You're slapping my face. In a situation where I promised, you're still slapping my face." Lin Dohai stared at the little girl behind Su Lu, whose blue school uniform was faintly visible. He said gloomily, "Whose little girl is this? She's fine. Is she more important than the face of my Lin family and Green Dragon Mountain combined?" Speaking to this point, it was impossible for either side to back down. The security personnel of that side began to prepare to forcefully open up a path. The Federation strictly controlled firearms. Even the Lin family security personnel did not dare to brazenly carry guns. On Su Li's side, only Xiong Linquan carried a gun. Thus, facing the Green Dragon Mountain special guards that gradually raised their gun muzzles, even though the men of Group 7 did not back down, their pupils gradually constricted. They discovered that this matter was indeed very thorny. Whoever had more guns had the loudest voice. In the universe, in the political arena of the Federation, as well as in the countless small disturbances, this rule had always been coldly enforced. "Lin Dohai, I promise you that this little girl's safety is definitely more important than the face of your family and Green Dragon Mountain's group of bumpkins added together." The one who said these words was not Su Lu, even though he should be the only one here who knew Zhong Huiyan's true identity. The one who said these words was a fatty who walked out from the forest. He was all smiles like a comic actor. His two slits of eyes sparkled with Lin, whose fierce light. Fatty Tian. The Westwoods military's secret-level expert, Fatty Tian, slowly walked out from the forest. It was as if he had never left the Zhong family's little princess for even a moment. Following his appearance, 20 or so ghost-like special guards of the West would also spread out from the forest behind the rocks and under the flowers. They raised their black and incomparably cold Qian gun barrels and surrounded the Lin family security personnel and the Green Dragon Mountain's special guards. Scroll down. There's something I need to tell everyone. It's about reactivating the invincible state. Yes, I'm going home. Ha! Chapter 370. It was another day and night on the road. Just as I was about to finish writing today's chapter, I was physically and mentally exhausted. I would like to have a good night's sleep and continue to activate invincibility tomorrow. Yep, everyone knows that for me, writing 3 chapters a day is already my invincibility. Of course, my invincibility is only the norm for others. I'm a loser. Humans can only compare with themselves. After a week, the monthly votes list was horrible to look at. Ha! That's to be expected. It doesn't matter if I write less. It's impossible for me to catch up, but the later chapters are going to explode. It seems that I can continue writing like this. However, thinking about it quietly, I can't lack the urge to work hard and the means to pressure myself. I have to continue working hard. That's because during the annual selection, everyone gave me a lot of face. I have to do the same. This is mainly because of my own professionalism. I'm very great. I need courage and murderous intent. I don't need to recover any statuses. As long as I work hard, there will be statuses. That's why I'm going to activate invincibility tomorrow. What about the monthly votes? Let's join in the fun and cheer for my hardworking statuses. Thinking of what Tomato did in the past, let's pretend to imitate him. For the next 24 hours, let's all throw in monthly votes to play. An extra 100 votes means I'll be invincible for one more day. It's 9:40 now. That means that by 9:40 tomorrow, if I get an extra 100 votes, I'll be invincible for one more day. Damn, this doesn't seem to be invincible at all. Anyway, if my comrades and brothers want to play, then let's play. If I get an extra few hundred votes, I promise to update 3 chapters for as many days as possible. Actually, I'm still quite short of the 180,000 votes I promised this month. All right, actually, whether you guys throw in votes or not, I'll make sure to update 3 chapters in a row. I'm very hardworking. Chapter 371. The Westwoods region was far beyond the Sea of Stars. Although the distance between the region and the capital ring was not further than that of the Eastwoods region, due to the existence of the Zhong family of Millennium and that tiger, the region had always appeared to be at odds with the federal government. The glory of the Charter, which was all over the universe, could ensure that the entire Federation would always be united, but it could not erase the most sinister speculations in people's hearts about the situation and the Federation's secret vigilance and displeasure toward the Westwoods people. The capital ring and the Westwoods had a history of friendship, gratitude, and resentment. This tradition was so old that no one trusted the other. Although the tiger in the Westwoods would never betray the Federation and fight against the glory of the Charter, the Federation government still felt a headache and anger toward the almost independent kingdom, the warlord that almost no one could control. This was President Sieg's private comment a few years ago. This was a historical tradition, and the Federation government was also following a historical tradition that was not very beautiful. Just like the dynasty era long ago, the heir of the Zhong family in the Westwoods must grow up in the capital ring. The government leaders could say that this arrangement was to let the heir of the Zhong family in the West Woods receive the education of the Federation from a young age, to cultivate a kind of spiritual quality that was close to the capital ring. The politicians could comfort themselves that this was a gentle and subtle influence, but deep down, everyone knew that this was just asking the Zhong family in the West Woods to let a hostage in the capital ring. In the era of the democratic charter in the universe, the Federation government still had to use such a futile and boring method, which was a deep sorrow. Therefore, regarding this issue, there was no record of the meeting in the president's mansion, no words in the closed-door discussion on Parliament Hill, and no word in the media or on the internet. People just followed the historical tradition, respectfully and awkwardly accepted the fact that a little girl was taken away from her father to a distant hometown. 3 years ago, when Su Lu ran into Little Watermelon on the Antique Bell, it was the most important development of a hostage situation in the Federation's modern society. Faced with the will of the entire Federation, the Zhong family of the West Woods could only silently accept this ancient tradition. The little princess of the Zhong family of the West Woods, Zhong Huahua, played the role of a hostage in the capital ring that no one knew about. Of course, her life was never troubled. She enjoyed security measures and respect that her peers never enjoyed. To appease the tiger of the Zhong family of the West Woods, the Federation even passed a secret special regulation. The relevant content of the special regulations was that in today's extremely strict gun control, the Federation government still allowed the Westwoods military to specially dispatch a special force to legally carry heavy firearms and act as the little princess's security force. At this moment, the armed soldiers who walked out from behind the trees under the flowers and beside the rocks in the Wood Valley Manor were precisely a squad of this small security force. Fatty Tian, who was full of smiles, cold, and somewhat arrogant, was the highest-ranking officer behind the scenes of this security minister. For them, Zhong Huiyan's safety was absolutely the most important. No matter who tried to hurt her, it was not allowed to happen. The federal government had given Green Dragon Mountain's representative team an extremely high level of courtesy, allowing Green Dragon Mountain's Special Guard Battalion soldiers to carry firearms. However, in front of the Silin Zhong family security forces that had obtained a secret clause, in front of those ice-cold Qian light machine gun barrels, their firepower immediately appeared somewhat shabby. The Green Dragon Mountain soldiers nervously surrounded Nan Mingxiu in the crowd. The barrels in their hands were slightly raised, and they did not confront the sudden appearance of these armed men. They were professional soldiers, but they maintained their posture of holding their guns at any time. They did not want to drag the situation into an even more tense situation when they were outnumbered. Lin Dohai's face was gloomy as he looked at the group of soldiers who had intruded on his property. Because of his anger, he lost some of his rationality and did not determine the identity of these soldiers. Just as he was about to explode, his sleeve was gently pulled by someone. Pulling one's sleeve was a very secretive and careful action, so it seemed a bit feminine. At this time, the person pulling Lin Dohai's sleeve was a strong man. His name was Kong Wu, and he was the personal bodyguard of the old master of the Lin family. For such a person to make such a feminine action, there must be a deep meaning behind it. Although Lin Dohai had always thought of this short and strong close combat expert as an old servant, he knew Kong Wu's eyes very well. He subconsciously felt a chill in his heart and shut his mouth. After the incident, Kong Wu had been silently standing behind Lin Dohai. As the #1 bodyguard of the Lin family, he was over 40 years old and had long since passed the age of fighting. Especially when he saw Su Lu and that delicate man surnamed Bai, Kong Wu couldn't help but think of July wildfire that night in Harbor City and the bone fracture on his thigh. That night in Harbor City, Su Lu and Bai Yulan had worked together and knocked him down with only one move. At that time, he had cried out in panic, that Sue Lee's surname should be Lee. Now, more than a year had passed, and the Lees of Philadelphia were standing behind Sue Lu. In a sense, this proved his judgment. He had become more and more cautious and even a bit fearful. When Fatty Tian walked out of the forest without a sound or warning, Kong Wu's heart burst with alarm. He actually suppressed his vigilance towards Sulu and Bai Yulan. Without hesitation, he pulled on Lin Dohai's sleeve to stop him from speaking. "What is your name?" Kong Wu stared at Fatty Tian's somewhat familiar face and asked in a hoarse voice, "Have we met before?" "Kong Wu?" Fatty Tian narrowed his eyes and walked into the crowd. He didn't care about the Green Dragon Mountain Special Guard Battalion soldiers who were pointing their guns at the ground. He looked at Kong Wu and said with a smile, "It's been 20 years since I left the body cultivation hall. I didn't expect to see an old man from back then." Kong Wu's short and stout body suddenly emitted a trace of coldness. From Fatty Tian's answer, he naturally thought of an apprentice he had seen in the body cultivation hall in Philadelphia. At first, everyone thought that this apprentice was harmless, but later found to be a great disaster. After confirming the identity of this fatty and these soldiers, Kong Wu didn't say anything else. He simply said, "You guys investigate." Lin Dohai's expression suddenly changed. Just as he was about to reprimand Kong Wu, he felt a burning sensation on his wrist. With a cold face, Kong Wu forcibly dragged his young master to the side and made way for Fatty Tian. At the same time, he gave Lin Dohai a cold look, expressing a strong warning. Fatty Tian was slightly startled, then immediately smiled amiably. He walked straight into the group of Lin family security personnel. He was as calm and relaxed as when he had first appeared. It was as if he had returned to his hometown and seen an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. Su Lu, who was standing outside the crowd, had been quietly watching this scene. Even though he knew that the powerful gunman was right beside Fatty Tian, he didn't feel too worried about him. He didn't know why, but he always had endless confidence in Fatty Tian, this expert hidden in the West Woods military. But in order to show the way for Fatty Tian, he still tilted his head slightly and glanced at the Lin family security personnel wearing gray overalls with his right hand covering his earpiece. The Lin family security personnel wearing gray overalls was the extremely powerful gunman. As if he felt Su Lee's gaze, he suddenly moved and rushed to the right at an incredible speed. There was a gap there. Whether it was Su Lee's men or Fatty Tian's experienced Special Forces soldiers, none of them noticed the wetland where the spring was located. The gunman's reaction was so fast that no one present could react. Naturally, there was no chaos. However, he bumped into a wall of cotton. The wall of cotton was Fatty Tian's thick chest and abdomen. No one knew how Fatty Tian, who had been on the left, recognized the gunman's identity, and how he moved more than 5 meters in a flash to block the gunman's path of retreat. A cold light flashed in the gunman's right hand, and a sharp blade slid toward Fatty Tian's throat. The burned wound on his right palm finally burst open, and blood gushed out. Fatty Tian raised his left hand and slapped the gunman's wrist cleanly. The blade sank into the ground with a whoosh. A pistol appeared in the gunman's left hand at some point. However, before his finger could touch the cold trigger, his wrist was gently brushed by 3 fat fingers. The 3 fat fingers were extremely gentle, but also extremely terrifying. The gunman's wrist went numb as if he had been electrocuted. He could no longer hold his most powerful gun. Puff, 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 puff. There was a burst of dense noise, like countless sticks hitting a wall of cotton. Then silence. The gunner's face was pale, and his appearance was ordinary. Blood kept flowing out of his pale lips. He looked at the chubby and amiable face in front of him and couldn't help but move the corners of his lips. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said in a hoarse voice, "Please do it." In the previous few seconds, the gunman had used all of his trump cards to fight for his life. However, the hateful and terrifying fat man in front of him only moved his hand and made all of his fierce attacks futile. Even the gun fell into the hands of the fat man. Fatty Tian clumsily held the gun in his right hand and pointed it at the gunman's throat. After hearing what was said, he thought in silence and then said, "Su Li's eyes widened. Although he couldn't believe it, he still took a step to the right and used his body to block Zhong Huiyen's curious gaze. There was a crisp sound, but it wasn't loud. Blood spurted out from the gunman's throat. His cervical vertebrae were shattered, and he fell down with a crack. Fatty Tian looked down at the corpse under him. His broad right hand clumsily held the gun, as if he was studying something. Everyone present had been shocked speechless by this scene. In addition to being shocked that this fat man really dared to shoot and kill on the spot, they were even more shocked by the terrifying and almost ordinary super strength he had shown when he intercepted the gunman. Lin Dohai looked at Fatty Tian with a pale face. He finally guessed the identity of the other party. Only now did he know why Uncle Kong didn't even care about the difference in seniority and pulled him away. The seventh young master of the Li family looked at Fatty Tian, who walked past him and bowed slightly. He asked very politely, "May I ask if you are Colonel Tian Dachang?" Chapter 372. In the villa in Xixia State, Su Lu once heard Mrs. Zhong mention the past. Fatty Tian was stripped of his military rank because he beat Du Xiaoqing, the rising star of the military at that time, into a snowboard demon, leaving a very dark record in his file. Fatty Tian was promoted to colonel at the age of 33 because of his military exploits, but because of the problems in his file, he had no hope of attaching a general star on his shoulder in this lifetime, so he was dejectedly discharged. So when he heard Li Xiaotong call him Colonel Tian, he knew that the seventh young master didn't mistake him for someone else, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. Colonel Tian? The combination of this name and military rank really made people feel a little uncomfortable. What made him feel strange was Li Xiaotong's respectful attitude at this time, and Lin Dohai's silent performance not far away. With the influence and status of the 7 major families in the Federation, a retired colonel definitely couldn't make Li Xiaotong so respectful. Fatty Tian killed that gunman on the spot. Although everyone saw that it was the gunman who took out the gun first, that gunman was, after all, a security member of the Lin family. Lin Dohai, who was always stupid, presumptuous, and arrogant, actually became so honest. Was it because of Fatty Tian? "I'm Tian de Tian. What can I do for you, seventh young master?" Fatty Tian looked at Li Xiaotong with a smile, his hand still clumsily holding the gun that had just killed someone, but his smile was full of enthusiasm and friendliness. Li Xiaotong couldn't forget that this person had just killed a powerful gunman, so he felt a chill in his heart and said with a bitter smile, "Don't tease me, Colonel Tian. I just want to say hello to you." After saying this, Li Xiaotong hurriedly stepped aside. Fatty Tian didn't mind and walked over with a smile on his face. At this time, there was a middle-aged housekeeper at the periphery of the crowd. She gently greeted Fatty Tian and said, "Colonel Tian, the elders of the family want to invite you over for a chat." Today, the third party in the Wood Valley Manor, the Nanxiang family, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. The first voice had nothing to do with the cold current faintly flowing in the manor. Instead, it invited this seemingly ordinary Fatty Tian over for a chat. The Nanxiang family was one of the 7 great families, and they were very strict with their family. They were different from the Tai family, who hid behind the scenes. They were truly low-key and were even quieter than the two families in S3. However, such a family had issued a cordial invitation to Fatty Tian. This kind of attitude was undoubtedly a shocking education for some people who didn't know the power that Fatty Tian belonged to, or for people like Sulu who didn't know about Fatty Tian's past deeds. You're too polite. Fatty Tian replied with a smile, "It's just that I still have something to do today, so I won't bother you." Previously, he had coldly killed people and vividly displayed his strength. Now, he turned around and greeted people with a smiling face. He was cordial and pleasant, and even had a trace of cautious modesty. When people saw this, they didn't know how many complicated feelings rose in their hearts. The housekeeper only came to express her attitude on behalf of the Nan Xiang family. Obviously, she had predicted this person's answer. She was not surprised. She bowed with a smile and said, "Colonel Tian, today's matter, if you need, my family is willing to be a witness for you." "That's good. Thank you, Madame Nan Xiang." Fatty Tian's cordial face contained a trace of complicated emotions. He didn't know how he could conclude that the Nan Xiang family who came to the Wood Valley to celebrate the early autumn festival today was Madame Sulu, who was about to turn and leave, silently watched Fatty Tian and the Nan Xiang family's person talk cordially. In the end, he couldn't hold back the question in his heart. He asked Li Xiaotong, "You all know Fatty Tian?" Back then, he was the first general under the tiger of the Westwoods. Although he is no longer on the stage, and we have never seen him, we must remember his name. Li Xiaotong looked at Fatty Tian's broad back and said, "But we respect him and fear him. He has little to do with the Westwoods. Tian de Bang is the predecessor of you and Lin Banshan. He was the most unruly person in the Federation back then. I heard from the elders in my family that when Tian de Bang was young, he had pretended to be an apprentice of 14 cultivation halls in Feiqing City and then picked 14 of them." Li Xiaotong smiled bitterly and said, "If it wasn't for the Li family in Feiqing City, I really don't know how big of a disturbance he would have caused." Later, he joined the army and caused a lot of trouble in the front line. Fortunately, the Tiger of the West Woods was able to suppress him. Hearing the words cultivation hall, Sulu naturally thought of Fatty Tian's suggestion on the Ancient Bell spaceship 3 years ago. But at this moment, he was thinking more about how the young Fatty Tian could actually be so crazy under the eyes of the old master in Feiqing City. He was really an extraordinary person, but he didn't know if he was also a fatty when he was young. There are many stories about Tian de Bang, but since you are so close to the Zhong family in the Westwoods, and even the little fireworks princess calls you brother, you can ask this kind of thing yourself. Li Qixiao's tone had a trace of displeasure as he spoke. Until now, he was sure that the little girl brought by Su Lu was the untouchable little princess of the Zhong family in the Westwoods. When he thought that Su Lu had such a close relationship with the Zhong family in the Westwoods, he couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. But this dissatisfaction was still limited to the category of friends. At this moment, he was lamenting about Su Li's luck. The Li family, the Tai family, the Zhong family, this kind of luck should be considered heaven-defying in the Federation. If he knew about the confession of the Nan family's daughter in the secluded woods, he would probably be even more speechless. Su Lu knew what he was complaining about. He scratched his head and explained, "I know little Watermelon, the little princess of the Zhong family. It was really just an accident. It happened 3 years ago." Mu Tanny was in trouble today, so he didn't have time to complain about the family history of the revolutionary nanny. So he stopped abruptly. But as he spoke, Su Lu couldn't help but think about the escape route Uncle Feng you left for him. That was how he met little Watermelon entered Yue University, and met Tai Ziyuan. If all of this was really arranged by his uncle, then that guy was too close to a demon. And why did he make such arrangements before he died? The manor was in chaos, but people couldn't leave. At the edge of the secluded woods, Su Lu asked Fatty Tian, seriously, how did you know that the man in gray was the gunman? And how did you know? Fatty Tian looked at Su Lu with a smile and asked in return. Su Lu mimicked Lan Xiaolong and shrugged. He had to avoid the question because he couldn't explain it. Fatty Tian was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and sniffed the air. He said lightly, that person had the burning smell of Type 2 gunpowder on him. Su Lu immediately understood. The gunman used the powder in the bullet to stop the bleeding after he was injured, and it was this smell that led Fatty Tian to find the trace. Then why did you want to kill him? Su Lu looked at Fatty Tian's soft hands that were hanging by his waist and asked in a soft voice, because he was very dangerous. Fatty Tian turned around and looked at Su Lu. He said, although he was injured by you and your men, he was still very dangerous at the time. In fact, for such a dangerous expert, even if we caught him, we wouldn't be able to find out who the mastermind was. Since that was the case, I would rather kill him on the spot to intimidate some people. Who were those people, and why would they choose this moment to assassinate Proton Zhong Yan, who was placed in the Federation by the Zhong family in the West Woods? Su Lu was silent for a moment, and a chill crept into his heart. He muttered, but if we leave him alive, maybe we can get something out of him. Who would believe it if we got something out of him? Even if the bastards of the Empire have been keeping an eye on us, the hostility from the Federation has never decreased. Fatty Tian looked at him with a hint of mockery and said, if I said that it was the Iron 7 Division who did it, would you believe me? Su Lu thought seriously for a long time, and then shook his head. Any logical person would not agree with Fatty Tian's crazy inference. Killing the heir of the Zhong family in the West Woods would not benefit the Iron 7 Division and Du Shaoqing in any way. More importantly, Du Shaoqing was a model of a professional soldier. He would never completely ignore the overall situation at the front line of the West Woods because of a personal grudge. The iron-blooded soldiers might be violent, competitive, and vengeful, but they were not crazy people. Seeing him shake his head, Fatty Tian laughed out loud, but there was suddenly a hint of weathered ruthlessness in his laughter that was completely inconsistent with his body shape. Not long after, the detectives from the Capitol Police Bureau and the Federation Investigation Bureau came to the Wood Cove Manor and began the investigation of the incident with pain and anger. No matter who it was, the government would never allow anyone to hurt the little princess sent to the Federation by the Zhong family in the West Woods. After killing the gunman, Fatty Tian left a simple statement and contact information. He then picked up Zhong Yan and left under the protection of his powerful West Woods Special Forces, ignoring the flashing police lights at the entrance of the manor and the ashen-faced detectives in trench coats. This person came and left leisurely, leaving behind the body of a powerful gunman, a tyrannical figure, and a yard of silent shock. Goodbye, Brother Su Lu. Su Lu stood at the edge of the quiet autumn forest in the Wood Cove Manor and watched the convoy leave. He thought of the little girl's crisp farewell, and a sincere smile appeared on his ordinary face. The holidays were coming to an end, and he didn't know if he would see this little girl again in the future. Thinking of Zhong Yan's delicate little face, the shadow in his heart naturally faded a little. He subconsciously looked back. He knew that the Federation Investigation Bureau and the Police Bureau wouldn't make things difficult for the Nan family, but he couldn't help but be curious. If that beautiful girl knew the story, what kind of expression would she have? In an apartment across the street from the Department of National Defense Training Center in the capital's Special Administrative Region, An officer was looking at the street scene under the autumn sun through a light-filtering film. His right hand was tightly holding an encrypted phone, but it revealed his true emotions at the moment. This light-filtering film could prevent the thermal imaging system from looking in, so he wasn't worried about his real face being seen by others while standing behind the window. However, he still pressed his military cap low and let the shadow cover most of his face, just like the gunman who died in the manor today. "The mission failed again," said a subordinate beside him with a gloomy face. "There's still half an hour to 9:40. You've already smashed a lot, almost 700, which means that it's the middle of the night and 7 days. But I can hold on. Any more?" Chapter 373. The military officer standing outside the window, gazing into the distance, had a standard military posture, not a hair out of place. The military cap on his head was worn very carefully. Every strand of hair was carefully pressed into the brim of the cap. When he heard his subordinates sigh, the thin lips exposed outside the shadows, slightly pursed, his expression somewhat indifferent and gloomy. 2 years ago on New Year's Eve, we had already failed, but reality has proven that a failure on the surface can still be exchanged for the final success. The military officer's low voice sounded within the room. 2 years ago, there were many things I didn't understand, but now I understand, and I no longer consider myself a small figure. Because even though I am a small individual, I am part of a powerful collective participating in the major events of the Federation, so each and every one of us are important figures. The subordinate behind him stood ramrod straight. Even though this person couldn't come into contact with more specific information from the upper echelons, when he heard the military officer's words, he still felt his blood boil. Even without these hot-blooded calls, as a soldier, he would do his best to complete any mission given to him by his superiors, and he wouldn't have any doubts. The military officer waved his hand, having his subordinate leave the room to deal with the follow-up matters, but he himself still stood in front of the window, staring blankly at the Ministry of Defense building across the street and the training center next to it through the filter film. He was still in this apartment full of military officers. Even though it was only a change of unit, he wasn't worried about being discovered. Then, he thought of the 1st of January 2 years ago. It seemed like it was just a repeat of failure, but these 2 failures, for him, were extremely different. The first failure, the important figure he followed, cooperated with Senator Macklin, jointly providing information to the young officers of the 2nd Military Region to launch a surprise attack on Linhai Gymnasium. During this process, he was only a bystander. The memories of failure, for him, weren't too painful. Instead, it was Senator Macklin, that middle-aged man who was used to wearing synthetic sweaters. It was rumored that he died in the end, and only then was Senator Macklin exposed. The military officer originally wanted to take out a cigarette, but because of this, he reminded himself that he couldn't leave behind any habitual traces, couldn't give those investigators in the Federation any chance to find out. But this time, the officer was a true participant in this failure. That top-notch gunner, who had died in the Wood Valley Manor, was a peer he had befriended when he was young. He was an extremely outstanding professional soldier, so this failure was painful for him. He stood by the window and watched the twilight in silence for a long time, but he could only force himself to endure. "Brother Inchuan, take care." The shadow of the officer's face was faintly reflected on the glass of the window. He stared at the shadow as if he were staring at the face of the deceased, silently mourning, but he did not take off his military cap. If the gunman had an anti-material rifle, he might have been able to complete the mission and escape to Bermuda. However, the Federation strictly controlled firearms, and there was no one like Mr. Schur in the circle of officers, so they had no access to the dark waters at the bottom of the Federation. If the gunman had used a long-range sniper rifle, the Federation and the Zhong family in the West Woods would have investigated a lot of things afterward. Of course, the military officer knew the real reason why the gunman was unwilling to use a sniper rifle. It was not only to protect their collective iron will, but also because, as an outstanding professional soldier, he was unwilling to use a sniper rifle to assassinate a cute little girl. He was unwilling to do such a despicable thing, let alone let the little girl die so cruelly. The military officer quietly looked at himself on the glass, like the dead gunman. He also thought that assassinating an innocent little girl was a very despicable thing, but for the greater goal, they had to persevere. For the true brilliance of the universe, they could allow a few small black dots to appear in the background. In reality, the power group that the military officer belonged to, just like 2 years ago, still wanted to gain some benefits from this failed assassination mission. The assassination happened in Wood Valley Manor, and the gunman's identity was a security member of the Lin family. No matter what explanation was given after the incident, the relationship between the Westwoods tiger, which was already arrogant among the 7 families, and the other families would probably worsen. Even the anti-government forces from Green Dragon Mountain, who were about to enter the front lines of the West Woods, would probably have some problems with the Westwoods military because of today's incident. The military officer used a clear mind to make calculations like a tactical deduction. After confirming that the important person he followed did not miss anything, he sighed softly. 2 years ago, if the young master of the Tai family had really died, how good would that have been? 2 years later, if the little princess of the Zhong family died, the succession of the Zhong family in the West Woods would be in chaos. The brothers of the tiger would probably rush to adopt all of their sons and daughters. How good would that have been? Unfortunately, both plans had been ruined by that young man named Sulu. Of course, the most important reason for this plan was that some people could not allow Sulu to get too close to the Zhong family in the West Woods. Sulu was the future that the Federation had deliberately nurtured, while the Zhong family in the West Woods was an old past that was destined to be erased from history. Linking the two together was not in the Federation's interest. The military officer silently lowered his military cap and walked out of the office. When he left, he had already calmed down. A gunman had tried to assassinate the daughter of Commander Zhong in the West Woods and was killed on the spot in the Wood Cove Manor. Who among the important people in the Federation government and Parliament, Hill did not know the importance of this young daughter to the political situation of the Federation. Countless flames of anger were instantly directed at all the powerful departments. The Federation Investigation Bureau and the Capitol Police Bureau started an investigation overnight. With the help of the Bureau of Proclamation, it only took them a short time to find out the true identity of the gunman, but it also stopped the investigation of the mastermind behind the scenes. The gunman's surname was Chun Yinchuan, and his name was Chun Yinchuan. He graduated from the 1st Military Academy and was now the deputy director of the Lin family's security consultant department. However, this person had a sensitive and real identity. He was secretly serving as a military officer in the Ministry of National Defense. In fact, when he graduated from the 1st Military Academy to entering the Lin family as a security consultant, it was all arranged by the federal military. Other than the fact that he had to explain to the Zhong family in the West Woods, only Sulu knew the truth of the joint investigation. The Ministry of National Defense asked him to keep it a secret because it involved military secrets and involved the Federation government secretly infiltrating the 7 families. This was a matter of course, but it was still a shocking fact. The 7 families in the Federation were obviously very close to the senior government officials and members of Parliament. However, in private, the Federation government and Parliament Hill were also counteracting the 7 families. The outstanding undercover military officer named Chun Yinchuan was one of these countermeasures. This background seemed a little interesting, but in Su Li's eyes, it seemed particularly cold. According to the records in the file and his understanding of the federal military training system, he believed that this gunman had excellent abilities and was absolutely loyal to the Federation. But why did he want to kill Little Watermelon? No one knew the real reason why Chun Yinchuan carried out this assassination, and no one could find out who was behind it. The Joint Investigation Team only found out that when Chun Yinchuan was studying at the First Military Academy, he was once appreciated by the dean at the time, Yang Jingsong, and the two had a close relationship. And Yang Jingsong was the Deputy Minister of National Defense who had committed suicide in the Ministry of National Defense building because of the assassination in Linhai State. Because of this clue, the investigation concluded that this assassination was a last-ditch counterattack by some young men of the federal military in the context of the Federation's Great Reconciliation. It was a crazy revenge for the Linhai State gymnasium incident. Based on the current intelligence, this was just an independent incident, and there was not too much of a conspiracy. Su Lu did not agree and would not accept this conclusion of the investigation. This was because the powerful gunman was clearly not here to kill him, but to target Little Watermelon. Chun Yinchuan, he silently looked at the secret information and photos of the gunman in the electronic file. He thought about the 3 shots under the ancient pine on the cliff. He thought about how powerful this person was, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The universe was so big, and there were indeed too many hidden outstanding people. Su Lu had long foreseen Fatty Tian's fierceness, but this unknown officer had unexpectedly shocked him. After destroying the electronic file, he stood up, put on the black formal suit, and walked out of the office in Whitewater Company. As soon as he walked out, he heard Magnolia's soft but exceptionally cold reprimand. "Don't really think of yourselves as mercenaries. You should know that I am the only one in Group 7 who does not have a military record. You are real soldiers carrying out the orders of the Ministry of National Defense. I can't believe you can be so careless. Even if you are mercenaries, do you want to let the person you are protecting be in danger alone? What's more, you should know that he is our supervisor, our leader. After returning to the military camp for more than a year, all of you have completely forgotten the meaning of killing without batting an eyelid. So when the supervisor was pointed at by a gun, none of you thought that he would die. Is that why none of you were by his side?" Magnolia smiled slightly, but her smile was incomparably sarcastic. "I know that our supervisor is very strong, stronger than any of you, but no matter how strong he is only one person, and are you going to be his last bulletproof vest, his last dagger? Or are you saying that in the future on the battlefield, you are counting on our supervisor to protect you? Where were you at that time? Do I need all of you to protect that little girl? Do you really expect me to follow him alone? Don't forget that I was just discharged from the hospital." The 18 men of Group 7 stood in the aisle obediently as Magnolia, whose black hair swayed in front of her forehead, mocked and scolded them. Magnolia had a gentle temperament, but the violent members of Group 7 were as obedient as a row of quails in front of her. Of course, Lan Xiaolong, who was shrugging at the moment, was an exception. Because Su Lu was shot by the gunman in Wood Valley Manor, Magnolia was really in a bad mood. Looking at her former subordinates, she naturally did not have any kind words to say. Although she still spoke softly, there was an indescribable coldness. Su Lu, who walked out of the door, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Magnolia's back for a moment. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and interrupted her scolding. "Prepare the car. we are going to accept the mission." Magnolia's body trembled slightly, and then she slowly raised her head and said softly, "Yes." A few minutes later, the dark green paramilitary motorcade drove out of the Whitewater Company base and along the ring highway of the capital special city came to a quiet group of villas in the southern suburbs. The people who lived in these villas were all rich and powerful, and this did not exceed the expectations of the members of Group 7 regarding the residence of the national idol girl. The most popular idol girl in the universe had been away from the public eye of the Federation for as long as a year, thinking that they would be responsible for her safety in the future. Even these ruthless people who used to kill and set fire at the edge of the universe all year round couldn't help but feel a little expectant and curious. However, this group of ruthless people was stopped in front of the villa with a courtyard. Yesterday at 9:40, there were 1,878 votes. Today at 9:40, there are 2,633 votes. You guys are very fierce, throwing in more than 700 votes. At this time, it seems that there are still votes, so let's count it as 800 votes. Of course, as I said yesterday, I will make you guys satisfied. 3 chapters a day for 8 days, absolutely satisfied. I also know how to eat seafood, but on the 24th, I am allowed to move out a little, only 2 chapters. Because it is Christmas Eve, I have to accompany someone to have a meal or something. It is unavoidable because I am a common person. Chapter 374. In fact, the villas of Autumn Mountain were not grouped together. Among the Golden Mountains that were no more than 200 meters high, more than 10 villas of different styles were scattered in the valley. This scattered design fully preserved the privacy of the villa owners. Even if they had lived together for 3 or 4 years, perhaps the villa owners had never seen each other. Although the low mountains around the villa were not high, they were just enough to satisfy the desire of the upper-class celebrities of the Federation to see the mountains when they went out, but they did not want to climb the mountains and sweat. In addition, the valley was covered by red leaves, and when they turned around, there was an old wooden house with a yellowish hue looming in the grass beside the road. It was indescribably noble and quiet. The 18 men of Whitewater Company's Team 7 looked at the beautiful scenery around them and the villa in front of them. Although their faces were still cold and calm, their hearts were already filled with endless curiosity. The idol girl of the Federation seemed to be in her 20s this year, but she could actually live in such a noble place. Under the direct order of Whitewater Security Company's headquarters, Team 7 led by Su Lu would officially take over the work of Jian Shuer Security Consultant, or the so-called bodyguard, from today onwards. However, when they came to the villa of Autumn Mountain, they were neatly blocked by a group of colleagues. The people of Team 7 were not angry after being fooled. They just looked indifferently at the black-clothed colleagues inside and outside the villa, waiting for their superiors to negotiate with the head of security at the door. Although these men were very curious about and liked Jian Shuer, after all, they were a group of ruthless people who often did dirty things for the Federation. They always felt conflicted when the company or the Ministry of Defense directly forced them to be bodyguards. At the gate of the villa of Autumn Mountain, a head of security about 40 years old calmly looked at the motorcade at the gate. His eyebrows trembled slightly and then returned to normal. A motorcade of 7 military vehicles painted dark green, but there was no military license plate. There was something strange about this matter. We are now responsible for protecting the villa of Autumn Mountain. The head of security said with a smile, "I didn't know that Miss Jian Shuer had other arrangements." Lan Xiaolong, who was in charge of negotiations, shrugged. He was not used to the tight work attire of Whitewater Company. "I don't know why you are here, but we have signed a contract with the people in the villa. Today is the first day of work. Regardless of whether there is a misunderstanding or not, I think you should let us in. Sorry, this is my duty. Without the permission of the villa owner, no one is allowed to enter. The head of security's tone was very polite, but there was an unquestionable certainty in it. He looked at the 7 dark green military vehicles in front of the villa and thought of something that his young master had vaguely mentioned before. He asked, "Are you from the same military region?" Lan Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. He used to be from the 83-84 military region, but now he was a bodyguard for the Whitewater Company. He tugged at his sleeves, lowered his head, and shrugged. "No, we're from the Whitewater Company." When the head of security heard them admit that they were not from the same military region, his mood became calmer. He smiled and said, "So you are by Shui's colleagues. Sorry, I still can't let you in, and I haven't seen your contract. But since yesterday, we have taken over the work of the security consultant of Autumn Mountain. As for the Whitewater Company, my superior will greet your company's president." His words were full of toughness. He knew that the people outside the villa belonged to the Whitewater Company, but this head of security was still so tough. Obviously, the background of the security department that had been stationed in the villa of Autumn Mountain was not smaller than that of Nutshell behind Whitewater. The head of security's words were not provocative, but there was a hint of condescension. However, what surprised him was that the bodyguards of the Whitewater Company at the gate did not respond at all. Some smoked, and some continued to close their eyes to rest. "I think you should ask for permission first." Su Lu, who had been smoking silently beside the car, suddenly said. The head of security glanced at Su Lu and said slowly, "I don't think it's necessary." This sentence was said lightly. Su Lu suddenly thought of the scene on the terrace of the flowing Wind Slope Club and smiled. He didn't care who these people were, and he didn't want to waste time on these small conflicts. He directly took out his phone and dialed a string of numbers. He said into the phone, "We are here, but we are blocked. Can you come out and pick us up? I know she is taking a nap, but I still want to persuade her not to go to the West Woods. The war there is about to start, especially when she stubbornly put the concert on the planet 5460. You have to know that the small planet is still a dangerous area where the two sides are fighting each other. No one knows when the Federation will launch a counterattack, and if they will launch a counterattack. Inside the villa on Xiaoming Mountain, the first successor of the Li family, the vice president of the Sanlin United Bank, Li Xiuzhu, flashed a slightly bitter smile on his extremely handsome face. "I know what she is thinking, but it is not necessary after all." Sister Tong looked at the calm and gentle young master of the Li family in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. She had a very good impression of this young master of the Li family. She replied awkwardly, "You also know that even the family can't stop the young miss from making a decision. It is useless for me to persuade her." Li Xiuzhu was slightly silent. He knew Jian Shui's secret background, so he had never treated her as a star. In the eyes of the 7 great families, any dazzling star was no different from an ornament that would come and go as she pleased. However, Jian Shui was not that kind of person. Li Xiuzhu had to admit that he had been deeply attracted to this girl, who was much younger than him during the 2 years they had spent together. That was why when he found out that the other party had decided to travel to the faraway celestial forest, his usually apathetic heart was filled with worry and sorrow. "If she insists, then please bring the security personnel outside." Li Xiuzhu raised his head and showed a gentle smile on his face. He looked at Sister Tong and said, "It is not that I don't respect you, but the stars are far away, and she has always been unwilling to rely on the power of the family. She always needs more security forces around her to be at ease. Li Xiuzhu, who was the assistant and bodyguard of Jian Shui, who looked gentle but was extremely proud, could also say the word you. It only showed that he was determined to get that girl and couldn't forget her. Li Xiuzhu smiled slightly and reached out to stop Sister Tong's refusal. He said, "They are all the elite forces of the family, all from the special forces of the major military regions, and they have been through a long time of training. In terms of fighting power and professional quality, I believe that they are more trustworthy than the three major security companies. I will reject the contract with the Whitewater Company," Li Xiuzhu said lightly. However, at this moment, the phone in Sister Tong's hand rang. Sister Tong apologized and hurriedly walked out of the villa. Li Xiuzhu looked at Sister Tong's back quietly. He didn't think about the content of the phone call. He only thought about the girl who was taking a nap upstairs. Until today, he only knew that the national girl who made the entire Federation obsessed should be a member of that family, and the kind that was very close. However, he still didn't know what the specific relationship was. Sister Tong walked out of the villa and saw the security personnel of the Li family and the 7 groups of men confronting each other. She nodded to the head of security and walked straight to Su Lu. She said apologetically, "I am really sorry. They are the security personnel sent by a friend of the Miss. The two sides didn't communicate well." Su Lu put the cigarette under his foot and put it out. Then he straightened up and smiled at Sister Tong. "It's nothing. I just want to ask, when can my people take over? This may need to be communicated." Sister Tong looked at Su Lu in front of her and said softly, "If the two sides are jointly responsible for the security work, what do you think?" Su Lu was slightly stunned and didn't speak. He let the silence ferment for a long time in front of the villa. Then he said, "It seems that the friend of Miss Jian Shui has a lot of influence on you." Sister Tong frowned slightly. She was not used to the tone of this sentence. She knew very well that the young man in front of her had done a lot of things in the past 2 years. However, when they met again today, she was shocked to find that Su Li's temperament seemed to be very different from before. However, when she heard the hidden criticism and faint warning in Su Li's words, she still couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed and angry. "I know that with your current status, it is indeed a waste for you to be the young lady's bodyguard. However, you should always remember that we are the employer," she said with furrowed brows. "I think you have probably forgotten who the real employer is." Su Lu shook his head and said, "I am carrying out the military orders of the Ministry of National Defense." His tone was very calm. There was no hint of anger in it. However, when it fell into Sister Tong's ears, it was not relaxed. As Jian Shui's personal assistant, of course she knew that the real employer of Su Lu and Team 7 was the Ministry of National Defense. It should even be that old man. Her expression suddenly froze. "If you don't trust the combat power of Team 7, we can leave immediately. However, I need you to help me explain the situation in the ministry," Su Lu said. "Other than that, there is no other cooperation." Su Li's guess was correct. Sister Tong admired the Li Xiuzhu in the building. That was why she tried to have both sides be responsible for the security work. As an assistant, this kind of attempt was undoubtedly a bit muddle-headed. Fortunately, this attempt was directly rejected by Su Lu. Only now did Sister Tong remember another rumor about the young man in front of her. It was very strange. Because of that rumor, Sister Tong immediately completely forgot about Li Xiuzhu's influence on her. She said apologetically with slight embarrassment, "You are right. This is my mistake." The head of security of the Li family looked at this scene in shock. He didn't know who the head of Team 7 from the Whitewater Company was. He could actually make Sister Tong who had always been as cold as ice, immediately change her mind. Su Lu stood back beside the military vehicle and lit another cigarette. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the Qiuming mountain villa in the distance. On the other side, the armed members of Team 7 had already entered the villa under the lead of Sister Tong. They completely ignored the vigilant and hostile gazes in the courtyard. Their faces were cold. Although they could not be said to be valiant and high-spirited, that kind of solemn and indifferent manner still made the security personnel of the Li family feel an unprecedented provocation and humiliation. Chapter 375. Under the silent agreement of Sister Tong and the staff inside the villa, the Li family security personnel had no choice but to leave the villa. The staff of Whitewater Company's Team 7 were not sloppy in their work. They would not give the other party the slightest bit of face. The door opened, and 7 dark green military vehicles drove in. More than 40 Li family security personnel stationed in the villa were driven out. Xiong Lingquan confirmed the shooting angle. Install the echo profiler. Gu Shifeng connect the central control system. Encrypt the relevant data channels. Lu Jiao check the relevant defenses and traffic in the garage. Lu Qin install the hot start detector. Following by Yulan's orders in a soft voice, the members of Team 7 who had entered the villa began to get busy. They moved all kinds of professional equipment from the military vehicles and unceremoniously dismantled the security equipment prepared by the Li family security personnel last night. They carried out connection tests. In the shortest amount of time, they turned this small villa into a fortress filled with countless monitoring systems and firepower systems. The Li family security personnel who had been driven out of the villa in a sorry state were originally filled with infinite anger and humiliation. At this time, when they saw the silent and concise movements of Team 7 and the clear and accurate layers of defense, they fell into silence. This was because they saw that the other party's expertise was better than theirs. This was especially so when they saw the equipment that the other party had installed on the walls around the villa and in the garage. In addition to the silence, there was a lot of shock in their eyes. None of them were rookies. Of course, they could tell that a large part of the equipment used by the bodyguards from Whitewater Company was actually used by the military. It was cutting-edge equipment that had not been sold to the civilian market. Where did these people come from? The Li family's head of security stood outside the villa and watched this scene with a livid expression. He and his subordinates were driven out of the villa together. The shame and anger in his heart could not be any greater. However, with his professional knowledge and experience, he quickly judged that even the top security consulting department of Whitewater Company could not have such perfect mobility and cutting-edge equipment. After completing the initial security measures in the Qiuming mountain villa, Su Lu took out the pair of sunglasses that he often used in the training base from his left breast pocket. After carefully wiping the lenses, he put them on the bridge of his nose. After entering the villa, he turned around and pressed the electric button to close the door. Through the slowly closing iron door, Su Lu looked at the security director with a complicated expression. He nodded and said, "Sorry." Team 7 was a combat team. On the vast mineral star and the desolate border of the West Woods front line, they had done countless shady public and private jobs. They had killed people, smuggled goods, and committed crimes. No matter what kind of trump card they were in their respective troops, once they were under the name of Team 7, they began to exude a cold and valiant aura. They had never been bodyguards, but they had assassinated countless big shots at the edge of the universe. They were no strangers to security control. On the contrary, they were very familiar with the combat style of the killers and mercenaries. The initial security measures in the Qiuming mountain villa were done flawlessly. All kinds of electronic monitoring equipment were connected, and all kinds of fire control equipment were on standby. By Magnolia, who was as gentle as a virgin, put her hands in her trouser pockets and walked slowly around the villa. Occasionally, she would whisper a sentence, and her subordinates would begin to seriously redesign the relevant links. Impregnable as a fortress, this was what it meant. Su Lu stood under the parasol under the villa with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked at his subordinates, who were busy not far away, and did not say a word. In this regard, he was not an expert, but he absolutely fully respected and believed in the abilities of his subordinates. However, looking at by Magnolia's back, he could not help but feel a little emotional. People who worked hard to climb up the social ladder generally had to build their own team. The old man in Philadelphia, the federal military, and specifically the Department of National Defense, sent these outstanding soldiers of Team 7 to help him build his own team. However, he never intended to subdue this group of unruly people and build his own team. He had been influenced by that uncle for too long, and he always felt that it was more suitable to wander the stars alone. He did not seek to obtain unparalleled achievements or seize unparalleled power. So why would he need a team? What's more, the scene in front of him had already proven that by Magnolia was the soul of Team 7. This delicate man wanted to lead Team 7 to follow behind Su Lu. So naturally, he hoped that the men of Team 7 could have a good home, whether they lived or died. At least they had to leave some reputation in the brilliant universe. However, why was Little White so sure that he could bring these things to Team 7? Su Lu looked at by Magnolia's slightly thin back and fell into deep thought. By stabbing him in the back, he might be able to end the grudge between them. However, the reason why he accepted this person back to his side and played such an important role was because of Donglin Shi's bad nature. He wanted to gamble on his own judgment. In his life, he rarely made mistakes in judging people, including Tai Ziyuan and Shi Qinghai. He wanted to know if he would make the same mistake again this time. The secondary security of the villa at Autumn Cry Mountain had been set up. Su Lu looked at the delicate man walking towards him and suddenly understood why many people thought that Secretary Bai was like a woman. It was because Bai Magnolia always looked down and stared at the area below the throat. He gently moved his eyes, as if he was rotating the delicate knife between his fingers. Don't worry about the debt at the back of the mountain. Have you paid it all? Su Lu asked Magnolia under the parasol in front of the villa. Out of the blue, Magnolia was standing in front of him. By Magnolia's body slightly stiffened, then he nodded and said softly, "Yes, that's good," Su Lu said. Su Lu didn't care who the security personnel chased out of the villa at Autumn Cry Mountain belonged to, because he was carrying out a military order from the Ministry of National Defense. This military order was secretly pushed by the old man in Philadelphia. Although he still didn't fully understand why the old man didn't let him go to the front line of the West Woods, but instead sent him to be a bodyguard. What kind of unfathomable thoughts did the old man have in mind? However, this didn't prevent him from carrying out this slightly ridiculous mission. Just like what he said to the purple-haired national girl 2 years ago in the Sunshine Ward of the 1st Military Region General Hospital, he always believed that he owed her a life for the assassination at the Linhai State Gymnasium. He didn't care who the security personnel were, but when Su Lu saw the man coming out of the villa, he couldn't help but frown. He subconsciously leaned against the back wall and didn't want to see the man face to face. The wide black sunglasses covered most of his expression. Bai Magnolia and Lan Xiaolong, next to him, didn't know what he was thinking. They looked at the man in a light brown linen suit and thought that this person was really handsome and made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Su Lu and the heir of the Li family had met twice. Not only did they not have any friendship, but there were many lingering shadows and blood between them. Today, he was carrying out official business. Although he was surprised that Jian Shui's friend was Li Xiuzhu, he didn't want to have any dealings with this person. The shadow of the villa covered his body. Li Xiuzhu walked out of the villa and saw the unfamiliar faces in the garden. He then looked at his security personnel outside the iron gate and couldn't help but frown. Then he turned around and looked at him in the shadow. If I knew that you would be in charge of Shui's safety, I wouldn't have to do so much. Li Xiuzhu walked in front of Su Lu, smiled gently, and extended his hand. Su Lu understood why the other person walked in front of him. After a slight pause, he held the other person's hand and said, "I'm just carrying out orders." Li Xiuzhu looked at the face in front of him that was deeply engraved in his memory. He suddenly thought of the rumor about Su Lu and the Lees of Philadelphia. There seemed to be a shadow floating in his heart. He slightly frowned and said, "Then I'll leave Shui's safety to you." "You're welcome." Su Lu let go of his hand. Li Xiuzhu looked at him silently, and then suddenly said, "The matters of the human world are often very mysterious. In the things or worlds I care about, I can always see your shadow. I only hope that this time you won't get in my way." From the bottom of his heart, the Li family's eldest young master didn't want to show any enmity towards the present Su Lu. It was because he knew better than many people in the Federation what Su Li's name meant to the current federal military. However, there was a shadow and a trace of bad omen in his heart. The most important thing was his love for that purple-haired girl. So he couldn't help but add this line. Su Lu didn't know the true relationship between the Li family's eldest young master and that national idol girl. A faint feeling of frustration surged into his heart, making him not want to say anything more. However, Lan Xiaolong, who was always unwilling to be left out, he didn't know Li Xiuzhu's identity. He said with slight mockery on the side, "Our manager Su is destined to be a jinx. It will probably be difficult for him to do anything in this life, but if he wants to get in his way, it will always be easy." Lan Xiaolong's unintentional words fell into Li Xiuzhu's ears like a clap of thunder, because this was the truth. No matter how deep Li Xiuzhu's mind was, when he thought of all the things that happened in these 2 years, he still couldn't help but slightly change his expression. After a long silence, he looked at Su Lu and said in an even voice, "I heard Old Seven has a good relationship with you. After this mission is over, if there is a chance, let's sit together?" Su Lu didn't reply, but a trace of worry surged in his heart. The biggest thing that Li Xiuzhu had done in his life was naturally to support Macklin in the presidential election. However, this matter was broken by Su Lu, and Macklin was even killed by Su Lu. However, Li Xiuzhu was still able to casually reach out his hand to reconcile with Macklin without any hesitation. In these 2 years, everyone had grown. Su Lu always thought that Li Xiaotong was much more outstanding than his cousin, but after seeing him today, this judgment began to waver. "Who is that guy? He looks quite like a dog." Lan Xiaolong frowned and looked at Li Xiuzhu, who was boarding the car outside the villa, and asked curiously, "The vice president of the Sanlin United Bank, the successor of the Li family, Li Xiuzhu." Su Lu replied, and then walked into the villa. Chapter 376. Li Xiuzhu had to leave the villa on Qiuming Mountain, not because the lady in the villa was taking a nap, not because his people were being chased out of the courtyard, not because he felt that there was a shadow in front of his eyes when he faced Su Lu. It was because there were indeed many things that needed to be taken care of for a person of his level. The Federation had passed the Financial Integration Act for a long time. Those financial tycoons who were used to sipping vintage wine in the winery while casually making big deals behind the scenes could no longer sit still under the powerful attacks of the Ministry of Finance and the Audit Office. As the heir of the Leaf family, he naturally would not show up for this kind of thing. Naturally, those tycoons in the eyes of the Federation citizens would go to the Parliament Hill to fight the case, but he also had to take care of business behind the scenes. But no matter what, in Lan Xiaolong's eyes, this legendary descendant of the 7 great families left a bit bleak and lonely when he faced Su Lu. Su Lu did not feel anything about Li Xiuju's departure, whether it was the boy who was the gatekeeper in the past or the popular military officer who now had one foot on the Golden Road. He had always been the same when facing these so-called big shots. He had never been timid or angry. He just treated them as ordinary people. This was related to his experience after he escaped from Donglin, such as the Crown Prince and the Little Princess. But more of it was because of the nature of the stone in Donglin. Although he knew that only the barrel of a gun could spurt out wind and clouds, his mind was as firm as a rock. As the most powerful machine, how could he be shocked and affected by external power, wealth, and force? Put out the cigarette. Walking into the villa, a young girl stared at Su Lu very angrily and said quickly in a low voice, "Oh." Su Lu used 2 fingers to hold the cigarette, and looked around for the ashtray, but he could not find the cold porcelain pit that contained the filth. He could not help but look a bit embarrassed. "I'm really sorry." Sister Tong came down from upstairs. Seeing this scene, she could not help but frown. She quickly drove away the waitress, who was a bit arrogant because of the lady's tolerance, and said to Su Lu with a bitter smile, "The people in the villa are all service staff who have been with the lady for a long time. They are a bit rude." Sister Tong, who had thought a lot of things clearly, even forgot the good intentions of the young master of the Li family. At this moment, facing Su Lu, she was naturally very polite. After all, it was rumored that the young lieutenant colonel in front of her was the target of the old master's efforts. Su Lu held the cigarette in a daze. Thinking of the cool female military officer he met 2 years ago, he did not know how to react for a moment. After a while, he said with a smile, "You don't have to be so polite. After all, I am just a bodyguard." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a pot of flowers and plants in the villa hall. He quickly put out the cigarette, but in the red mud, and sighed with satisfaction. He said to Sister Tong, "I need a schedule. Bodyguard?" Sister Tong would definitely not think that way. 2 years ago, when she had saved the unconscious Su Lu in the blood-soaked underground parking lot of the Linhai State Gymnasium, she had only thought that this was a young fellow with decent ability, decent luck, and decent courage. However, 2 years later, this young fellow had already become the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation, the key designer of the MX Mecha, and a person whom President Pabre greatly appreciated. Most importantly, everyone now knew of the relationship between him and the old master. Such a person, in addition to those security personnel who clearly had shocking combat power outside the villa, had all been sent to be the lady's bodyguard. Perhaps it could not be said to be a waste of resources, but the truth behind the scenes was definitely not so simple. Sister Tong watched as Su Lu snuffed out the cigarette, but in the flower pot. Her expression was a little strange. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. With a soft beep, a detailed itinerary designed by a professional was sent to Su Li's cell phone. There was an extremely conspicuous secret symbol at the beginning. Su Lu lowered his head and looked at it quietly for a long time. Then, somewhat stunned, he raised his head and asked, holding a military concert in the West Woods, "Yes, the specialized spaceship will depart the day after tomorrow. I hope your personnel can be prepared," replied Sister Tong in a low voice. "Okay." Sulu scratched his head with the phone in his hand. He had just washed his hair last night, so it was refreshing and did not itch. However, his mind was filled with endless doubts. In the end, he still had to go to the West Woods, just under a different name. But why would the Department of Defense want him to follow that National Idol girl to the West Woods? Sulu subconsciously raised his head to look at the fragrant wood flooring. He did not see the barefoot, purple-haired girl floating over, but his heart was filled with the same doubts as Sister Tong's. That night, most of the combat personnel of Team 7 stayed in the villa at Autumn Cry Mountain. Sulu was a professional, but he had personally witnessed the delicate and secretive security settings around the villa that made his scalp tingle. While admiring the abilities of his subordinates, he naturally did not have any more worries. During the military exercise in the early hours of the graduation day, the men of Team 7 faced the defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division. Unsurprisingly, they were all annihilated. However, that was on a virtual battlefield. When doing such meticulous activities in real society, with the ability displayed by Team 7, today's villa at Autumn Cry Mountain would not be able to be breached even if there was a reinforced company attacking it head-on. After leaving S1, the security plan was naturally handled by Secretary Bai and the other professionals. As the nominal supervisor, he seemed to have nothing to do. After his shift that night, he left the villa at Autumn Cry Mountain and returned to his apartment in Wangdu. However, thinking that he did not see the purple-haired girl that he had not seen in a long time, he could not help but feel a little strange, going to the West Woods to protect the dazzling national girl, and behind him was the shadow of the most extraordinary mountain in the Federation. Everything was in a maze, and he could not see the real future. Sulu was not relaxed, and he even had a strong urge to call Philadelphia. However, he helplessly discovered that although the Federation was abuzz about his relationship with the Lees of Philadelphia, and it was extremely bizarre, and some people even said that he was the long-lost son of the military god, Li Pifu. In fact, he did not even have the old man's phone number. At the front line of the West Woods, a great battle was about to break out. Jian Shuier chose this moment to visit the soldiers at the front line, and the location was still the most dangerous planet. On one hand, Sulu admired the courage and perseverance of his dream idol, but on the other hand, he was also endlessly vigilant. Faintly, that obscure and ominous thought of his actually became a little clearer. Would he be able to come back after going to the West this time? It was precisely because of this sudden unfavorable thought that Sulu had to say goodbye to the people he cared about. Unfortunately, when he returned to his apartment in Wangdu and kept making phone calls, he found that the few friends he had actually expressed their intentions of saying goodbye to him in advance. Sure, Qinghai left a piece of paper and then leisurely followed the Green Dragon Mountain Anti-Government Army Unit, now the Federation Special Forces, to the front line of the West Woods yesterday on a military spaceship to assume the position of liaison officer that was proposed by Green Dragon Mountain and personally appointed by President Pabre. Zhou left a few recorded phone calls and then took her child to Linhai Province. As an unmarried mother, she threw herself into the school that had been interrupted for 2 years. Tai Ziyuan had completely disappeared, although he had vaguely mentioned before leaving that he was going to ease the tension between the tiger in the West Woods and the Central Federation government. And this was not the first time this person had disappeared. Sulu was still a little worried. Sulu had already mentally prepared himself for these people to leave, but when he heard Li Wei, who was sitting on the sofa drinking beer, also say that he was leaving S1 soon, he finally couldn't help but scratch his hair in distress. He revealed a mouth full of white teeth and helplessly asked, "Where are you going again?" Li Wei didn't immediately answer his question. Instead, he held the beer bottle and looked at him with a smile sinking into silence. This former orphan leader looked at the friend he had grown up with and thought silently in his heart. Compared to when he was on Clock Tower Street, Sulu had become even more silent. Although his eyes were still smiling, he felt that it was different from before. Time can change a lot of things, but perhaps it can't even change the traces on the beach. Li Wei thought silently. He was caught and brought to Bermuda. Those people were obviously using him to threaten Sulu, but this kid, who needed to hide his identity, didn't abandon him. As a youth at the bottom of Dong Lin's underworld, he had seen countless treachery, deceit, and dark filth in prison. He admitted that if he were in Su Li's position, he wouldn't be able to do it. It would be good if he didn't stab the other party with a knife. Dong Lin is a small place. The sky is always covered with gray dust. You can't see the stars clearly, so naturally, you don't know how big this world is. Li Wei broke the silence and said softly, "This time, I was caught by those big shots. Although it was a lot of trouble, I still went to Bermuda." "That's Bermuda we're talking about." Li Wei laughed self-deprecatingly and said with a bit of loneliness and injustice, "You know very well which kid on our street has left Hashi province? Even the most ferocious gang leader back in the day. Which one of them left Dong Lin? But I did. Who would believe that such a small figure like me actually came to the capital and even left the Federation?" "Then why don't you stay in S1? Sulu said. "No, I want to go to Bermuda." Li Wei looked down at the beer bottle and said, "I don't want to see the world of beer for the rest of my life. Yes, S1 is very big, and the capital is very prosperous, but I still prefer Bermuda." He looked up, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and said quickly, "Bermuda is different from the Federation. The underworld, there is the real underworld. The people there dare to do anything. Who the F***CK is like Clock Tower Street, who controls a few black market dealers in a few blocks and thinks that they're fierce just because they stabbed a few people in the stomach. There's no charter there." Li Wei stared seriously into Su Li's eyes and said, "I admit that looking at your current brilliance makes me feel uneasy. I want to do something, and I can't follow you for the rest of my life. Life has to be a little challenging. I'm not like you who was born to do great things, but I also want to play a little more exciting." Sulu was silent. He unscrewed the bottle cap with his hand and gulped down a few mouthfuls of beer. The white foam at the corner of his mouth mixed with the saliva that Li Wei had spat on his face. Li Wei stared at the beer bottle and said in a low voice, "I can't go back to Dong Lin because I will always be a problem for you. So I want to go to Bermuda. But don't worry, my goal this time is definitely not to take down a few streets." Sulu put down the beer bottle and looked at him silently. He asked, "What do you want to do?" They were friends who grew up together, so they knew each other's temperament and mentality very well. Li Wei was silent for a long time under his gaze. Finally, he spoke his true feelings. "Don't think that you're doing well in the Federation right now. I can see that you have a lot of troubles. Give me some of your current resources, and let me go to Bermuda for a few years to make a name for myself. If the Federation wants to deal with you in the future, I really want to leave you a way out outside the Federation." "Leave a way out?" Sulu picked up the beer bottle and drank a few mouthfuls. He coughed and choked until his nose was slightly sore, but his heart was slightly warm. Chapter 377. When people from the same hometown see each other, they might tear up, or they might stab each other in the back. Sulu and Li Wei did not hug each other and cry, nor did they have the dark thoughts of stabbing each other in the back to erase their previous lives. They only listened to each other's resolute and powerful words about the path of retreat. Both of them were moved to the point of confusion. "Don't pee." Li Wei took a swig from the beer bottle and sighed. Su Lu lowered his head and said, "I'm not a person who can be moved easily." Although Su Lu was moved, there was no way he would agree to let Li Wei leave and go to Bermuda to fight for the underworld that he might never be able to conquer. Now that the front line in the West Woods was tense, he could not ask the madam of the Zhong family to help him do anything. In the Bermuda star field, he could not find any resources at all. The underground emperor of Bermuda, Lin Banshan, had only brushed past him on the high-speed rail and had nothing to do with him. Most importantly, Su Lu believed that he had a path of retreat that no one could think of. Even if the Federation mercilessly abandoned him in the future, he still had the old man in the glory of the charter to help him. Even if the old man suddenly turned against him, he still had the bracelet on his left hand. No matter how depressing or difficult the situation was, he was confident that he could forcefully carve out a path full of blood. Letting Li Wei take the risk to find a path of retreat outside of the Federation was something he absolutely could not accept, even though it was Li Wei's dream since he was young. Su Lu was not worried about rejecting Li Wei's departure. He believed that Li Wei only knew him in the capital ring and had no money or connections. It was impossible for him to secretly cross the galaxy and sneak into the distant Bermuda star field. So the next morning, when he saw the note under the beer bottle on the coffee table, he was so angry that he had the urge to throw the beer bottle out of the window. But in the end, because he didn't want to hit the children or the flowers under the apartment building, he stopped. You gave him funding. You let him get acquainted with the smugglers in Bermuda. Have you ever thought that he is my friend? You should at least get my permission first. In an open space near the expressway in the southern suburbs of the Capital Special District, Su Lu stepped on a few pieces of crushed autumn leaves and glared at Li Xiaotong in front of the car. He wished he could beat the cold and gloomy seventh young master into pieces of red plum blossoms dancing in the air. Li Wei quietly left the capital and embarked on an unknown journey to Bermuda because of the sponsorship provided by seventh young master Li. Even the few Bermuda smugglers were able to find an opportunity to establish connections with them because of the luncheon at Wood Valley Manor. He left in a hurry. "I didn't know that you didn't know about this. It wasn't convenient for me to call you last night." Li Xiaotong could feel the anger in Su Li's heart at this time and did not dare to be careless. He explained very seriously, "But you can rest assured that I have already talked to those smugglers. Whether it is on the journey or after arriving in Bermuda, they will take good care of Li Wei. In fact, I think that since your friend is so ambitious, you should just let him be. If there is no other way, you can talk to Lin Banshan, who in Bermuda dares to provoke him." Seventh young master Li's words were actually foreshadowing. He sponsored Li Wei to go to Bermuda to build up his business. On one hand, he wanted to further invest in Su Lu and Su Li's circle. On the other hand, he also wanted to plan a foreshadowing because he admired a small figure like Li Wei. In Wood Valley Manor, he tried to find out more about Su Li's past from this person, but there was no progress. This made him admire Li Wei even more. "I don't know Lin Banshan." Su Lu looked at Li Xiaotong. He really wanted to throw this friend to the ground and beat him up, although he was the only friend who came to send him off. However, he glanced at Brother Zeng, who was still standing behind seventh young master Li like an iron spear bound by cloth. In the end, he could only sigh. Logically speaking, Su Li's identity as a fugitive from the Federation had been forcibly suppressed by the old man. Lady Tai should not make a move on Li Wei because it was not in line with the interests of the family. However, what if the old man died? Li Wei was a gap in Su Li's identity. This time, would the Tai family let the Zhong family of the Westwoods interfere and take over the matter? With the experience of last year, Su Lu knew that if the worst situation happened again, with Li Wei's fierce temperament, he would not let this happen again. If he found that he could not protect himself, then before he fell into the hands of the other party, this orphan leader would be unusually cold and valiant to end his own life. Friends far away, life and death together. How could he endure? However, no matter how moved he was or how angry he was, it was useless. Su Lu stood in the autumn wind at the intersection of the highway. After a moment of silence, he returned to calmness, but his heart was still filled with endless loneliness. "At least I should thank you for coming to send me off," he said to Li Xiaotong in front of him. Li Xiaotong straightened his black and gold collar to block the autumn wind. He said with a smile that was not a smile, "I am not worried about whether you can come back alive from the front line of the Westwoods. I just hope you can satisfy a humble wish of mine." Su Lu looked at him with a frown. He did not know what his escorting Jian Shui to the Westwoods had to do with him. "You should know that my big brother is pursuing the national idol girl. Although he has not completely succeeded, he has been slowly making progress. The elders in the family are very optimistic about this." The smile on Li Xiaotong's face gradually disappeared. He said lightly, "If he succeeds, I have no hope of inheriting the right." Su Lu frowned slightly. Although he had seen Li Xiuzhu in the villa of Qiuming Mountain yesterday, and could guess that there seemed to be some relationship between him and Jian Shui, he still did not understand. Not to mention whether or not he would despise Jian Shui, who was just a star. How could he put such an important matter as inheriting the right on such a matter? "Don't pretend that you don't know anything in front of me." Li Xiaotong looked at Su Li's stunned face and thought of the information that he had spent a lot of money to find out. He said in a low voice, "The road to the Westwoods is long, and the night is long too. As long as you can break this marriage, I will thank you for the rest of my life." Su Lu frowned more and more, thinking that he was just a bodyguard. He shook his head and said, "I don't understand what you want to say. Do you expect me to steal your brother's sweetheart? I can't use the handsome man trick. For such a handsome and successful man, like your brother, sure Qinghai might be able to do it. In this world, handsome men are not popular anymore. The most popular is quiet and sunny young men." Li Xiaotong looked at him and smiled. He turned and waved goodbye and got into the luxury car with Brother Zeng. Amidst the swift autumn wind at the highway junction, Su Lu stared at the car that was driving away into the distance. He spread out his hands in a somewhat perplexed manner. He realized that his trip to Silin seemed to be hiding some very mysterious factor. The problem was that it seemed like a lot of people around him knew about it, but he didn't. And it just so happened that those who knew all thought that he already knew. He didn't want to think about this annoying tongue twister anymore. He got into the black car and silently drove to the villa of Qiuming Mountain in the southern suburbs. Along the way, he saw the capital's autumn scenery and the clear sky. He was about to leave this planet, and he didn't know when he would come back. Tai Ziyuan left, Mr. Shi left, Li Wei left, and Zhou Yu also left. The time he spent with these friends was always short, but the separation was extremely long. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. Looking at the wild cotton outside the window shivering in the cold wind and turning into white lines in a flash, Su Lu thought that if something really happened to him, these people would definitely come back to him immediately. He was born in this world, and it was really satisfying to have friends like these who could eat meat and drink wine, talk about life and dreams, and not talk about price or life and death. A motorcade of 27 vehicles of various colors drove out of the villa of Cheoming Mountain. In the motorcade, there were heavy-duty trucks that were responsible for loading professional equipment, expensive bulletproof Silver Fox vehicles, several minibuses that were responsible for transporting full-time performers, and 7 military vehicles that were painted dark green. This motorcade drove on the road in the southern suburbs of the capital, looking mighty and imposing. There was also an inconspicuous, gloomy black car that was sandwiched behind the motorcade. Su Lu gently pressed the radar system on the motorcade to confirm the movement around him. He quietly looked at the expensive bulletproof Silver Fox not far in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little surprised by the formation of this trip. They were on the way to the military space base. Jian Shui, who disappeared from the public of the Federation for more than a year and a half, was not forgotten by people. This time, the selection of the Westwoods for her comeback concert received unanimous praise and strong support from the military. The Ministry of Defense did not hesitate to arrange a special spaceship for this National Girls Performance Team. Logically speaking, as the head of security of Group 7, Su Lu should be sitting in the silver car in front of them at this time to protect Jian Shui, but he didn't choose to do so, because after experiencing the assassination in the stadium, he firmly believed that there was no stronger defense in the world than the black car specially made by the Tai family. I heard that you are now working in the military. No wonder you have the bad habit of wearing sunglasses. In the back seat of the black car, a young girl looked at the back of Su Lu in front of her and said lightly she was wearing a sports windbreaker with a hood, which was wrapped up very tightly. She had a pair of big sunglasses on the tip of her straight and cute nose, but it didn't look exaggerated. Instead, it made the skin exposed by the sunglasses look more delicate and charming. The most charming national girl in the entire universe, Jian Shui, was not sitting in her own car. Instead, she was sitting alone behind Su Lu. She looked at the small-eyed boy that she hadn't seen for more than a year and asked, "Why do you insist on letting me sit in this car?" "Because this car is very strong." Hearing the girl's voice behind him, Su Lu felt a little nervous, but he forced himself to be calm and answered, "Just as strong as you?" Jian Shui looked in front of her with a complicated expression and said, "To protect me, the Bane, you must be the most powerful person in the military, right?" Chapter 378. The rumor that Jian Shuier was a jinx had been around for a long time. It was not known whether it was a conclusion made by some bored people in the Federation or by friends who could not find anything exciting on the internet. All in all, from the assassination in the Linhai Prefecture Gymnasium to the terrorist attack in the Huanshan 4 Prefecture's concert, whenever Jian Shui spoke, countless innocent people would lose their lives. Although the number of times wasn't many, the impact was too great and too vile. Everyone knew that these were all dirty things done by Senator Medellin and had nothing to do with Jian Shuier. However, the Federation was too big, and there was no lack of space for rumors to grow. There would always be people who would link the deaths and injuries of innocent people to Jian Shuier. Although there were not many, it was like someone throwing a piece of rat feces into a pot of plain porridge. It would not stink, but it would be enough to make one choke. A national idol girl who was popular with hundreds of millions of citizens suddenly had a dark aura around her. This national idol must be under a lot of mental pressure. In the past year and a half, she had disappeared from public view, which was more or less related to these rumors. Su Lu knew how to answer. He belonged to another line of people involved, so naturally he would not believe these nonsense. However, he did not know how to comfort the young idol sitting behind him. Although he had met and talked to her before, and even received her selfless help twice, they were just passers-by after all. Now, he was a bodyguard, and Jian Shui'er was the object of his protection. The motorcade drove into the Federal Military Space Base. Through the sliding, open, electrically controlled alloy door, they drove directly onto the tarmac. Looking at the spaceship in the distance that was getting closer and closer, Sulu narrowed his eyes. The dense light spots flashing on the vehicle radar made him feel a little uncomfortable. There were no military flags fluttering in the air, no ceremonies and music, but there was still a sea of people. They were not the TV viewers in the Federation who adored Jian Shui'er, but the officers and ordinary soldiers in the military base. It wasn't until he saw the dense crowd around the tarmac with his own eyes that Sulu truly felt Jian Shui'er's influence in the Federation. Back then, no. Until now, he had always been Jian Shui'er's most ardent fan. But when he saw the excited faces of those officers and soldiers, he still felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. The equipment required for the performance, as well as the 7 sets of security equipment, were delivered to the belly of the spaceship through the load-bearing lift at the back of the spaceship. When all the preparations were done, Sulu heard Bai Yulan's confirmation in his earpiece. He turned around and said to Jian Shui'er, "You may board the spaceship now." The side door of the black car opened. Under the cover of the wall of people, Jian Shui'er, who was wearing a hoodie and full-body sportswear, quietly left the black car like an ordinary girl next door. She came to the bulletproof Silver Fox car and prepared to board the ship. Sulu followed her silently, keeping a distance of about half a meter. Originally, Jian Shui'er should have boarded the spaceship through the automatic control belt without anyone noticing. However, to everyone's surprise, this national idol suddenly turned her head and gently lifted the hood of her sportswear, revealing a touch of fresh and bright purple short hair. Standing on the automatic control belt, she turned around and waved at the officers and soldiers in the military base who were looking forward to her arrival. The base, which was supposed to be empty but seemed incomparably lively today, suddenly fell silent. Then a burst of extremely enthusiastic cheers, applause, cheers, and whistles erupted. These sounds intertwined together, forming a chaotic but pleasing accompaniment. Purple was a very bright and eye-catching color. It was very abrupt. Some scientists had once studied that the color of food that humans could not adapt to was purple. Therefore, this color did not give people a sense of intimacy. There was no star in the universe who dared to dye their hair purple except for her. Only Jian Shui'er herself had that kind of fresh, charming, and lovely, youthful aura that was like a new willow by the riverside, could make this purple color the most conspicuous and even the most dazzling embellishment. It was engraved in everyone's heart and could not be forgotten at any time. Sulu wore sunglasses and silently looked at the national idol standing on the automatic control belt with a smile on her face. In his heart, he thought of the long paragraph of somewhat complicated words in front of him. Although this clearly violated the provisions of the safety control manual, he could not and did not want to stop this national idol from doing this slightly crazy thing. Because Jian Shui'er, who was standing on the automatic control belt, was facing the wind and gently waving her hand. Because the touch of purple in the autumn wind was moving. Because the pair of calves exposed outside the sportswear was seductive. Because he had been incomparably fond and even infatuated with her since he was very young. Although this touch of purple was not on the TV screen but in front of his eyes, the feeling was still the same and had not faded. This time, Jian Shui'er went to the front line of the West Woods to hold a concert called Victory. The main purpose was naturally to comfort those brave soldiers who had bravely resisted the invasion of the Empire but had not returned home for a long time. Many famous artists in the Federation had done this kind of gesture of appreciation for the military, but it was the first time that a big star like Jian Shuer had personally gone. In fact, the Federation media, the Performing Arts Association, and those famous stars in their respective fields had long admitted that the stars in this universe had always been divided into two classes. One class was Jian Shuer, and the rest were the rest. This was a strange flower created by the love of the Federation's citizens and the legendary history. No one could deny this. The Ministry of National Defense, of course, welcomed this kind of thing with both hands. Moreover, the planet Jian Shuer was going to was still in a tug-of-war between the Federation and the Empire. It was an absolutely dangerous fire zone. In addition to the welcome, the federal military was also infinitely grateful. The spaceship that the preparation team of the Victory Concert took belonged to the first-class military spaceship of the Federal Fleet. It did not need to go through the old moon base or space station for conversion or mending. It directly broke through the atmosphere and the gravitational force of S1, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes and cameras. It left a trail of fog that gradually disappeared before people's eyes. It flew into the vast universe that was sometimes blue and sometimes dark. The spaceship was like a ghost, quietly breaking through the barriers of space and gliding into the distance between the stars in the sky. In fact, all spacecrafts could give the audience a ghostly feeling if they were lucky enough to witness them. Su Lu was no longer the orphan who could not step out of the bell tower street. He had lost most of his interest in this silent voyage. He only felt that it was boring. He stood silently outside a cabin door, narrowed his eyes, and watched the movements around him. He silently calculated the time it would take to reach the West Woods. The military spaceship that belonged to the Federal Fleet was not luxurious, but the Ministry of National Defense still tried its best to provide convenience to the Victory Concert team. This was the second floor of the spaceship. Except for the upper floor of the spaceship control hall, it was the safest and most core area. The armed personnel of Group 7 had been distributed to all the key areas, and together with the control officer on the spaceship, they carried out dual control. Jian Shuer's team, of as many as 80 people, lived on the lower floor. Only a few people had the authority to enter the core area of this floor. Su Lu was undoubtedly one of them. Although he was lightly ridiculed by the national idol girl in the car, he still wore the pair of sunglasses that he brought back from the base. He looked at the glimmering stars outside the porthole with a blank expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, the phone in his arms rang. He picked up the phone and heard the clear voice of Little Watermelon. "Brother Su Lu, I heard that you were going to the West Woods." "Yes, I am on the spaceship now." On the other end of the phone, Little Watermelon did not show much emotion. She just muttered in a childish tone, "I haven't been back to my hometown for a long time. Brother Su Lu, when you reach the West Woods, remember to go to number 36, Latitude 2 District. That is my home. I have a little white rabbit. I don't know if it has gained weight now. Help me say hello to it." Listening to this cute request, Su Lu smiled and agreed. He then said a few words and hung up the phone. Just as he hung up the phone, the heavy alloy cabin door behind him suddenly opened from the inside. A faint blue light flashed through the surface of his sunglasses. He slowly narrowed his eyes and looked at the purple-haired girl by the floor-to-ceiling window in the cabin. The national idol bathed in the starlight, and he suddenly remembered the first time he saw Little Watermelon on the ancient bell 3 years ago. Sister Tong walked out of the cabin with a melancholy expression. When she saw Su Lu standing outside the door, she was slightly startled. She bowed her head to signal him and turned to leave. She did not seem to care that Su Lu was interacting with her. "Mississippi, come in. I have something to ask you." The purple-haired girl in the cabin did not look back. She seemed to know that someone was standing outside the door and said softly. Su Lu was slightly startled. He did not know if this sentence was directed at him. After hesitating for a moment, he finally walked in. The heavy alloy door slowly closed behind him. Jian Shuier, who was in a private safe space, was not like the national idol that people imagined or saw on TV. At least, she was not dressed like that. She had already taken off the girl next door's full-body sports coat. In the warm environment of the spaceship, she wore a knitted hemp shirt. The fabric was very loose and casual, covering the young girl's body, but it couldn't cover her bare legs and the pair of soft white cotton socks on her feet. She had been kneeling on the chair, holding her chin and quietly looking at the stars outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The faint silver light of the stars shone through the window, gently caressing her hair, clothes, and every curve of her youthful body. It was like a moonlight halo. Sulu silently walked 3 meters behind her and stopped. The scene in front of him was like an oil painting. The girl was the protagonist in the oil painting. Although she did not deliberately charm anyone, she was destined to charm the world. For him, the visual impact of this close distance made him not dare to take another step forward. The national idol in the starlight slowly turned around after a long silence. She looked at Sulu seriously and slightly angrily said that you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.